So good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Ellis. I'm the director of the Calgary Institute for the Humanities, and I am delighted to welcome you to the Calgary Institute for the Humanities' 42nd annual community seminar on the insect apocalypse. I will start today off in a good way by acknowledging and paying tribute to the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7, which include the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, the Piikani, the Kainai, and the Tsuut'ina First Nations, and the Stoney Nakoda, which includes the Chiniki, the Bearspaw, and the Goodstoney First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. The library where we are is situated on land where the Bow River meets the Elbow River, a site traditionally known as Mohkinstsis to the Blackfoot, Wechispa to the Stoney Nakoda, and Gustistis to the Tsuut'ina. And carrying on with that for a second, I did want to draw your attention to a couple of works by the internationally celebrated Siksika artist and amateur beekeeper Adrian Stimpson, who has worked with the CIH in various capacities over the years. Here's Adrian at the Glenbow in front of the magnificent buffalo robe that he did for us that documents the engagement of First Nations people with the Calgary Stampede from the very beginning. And that's part of our Calgary Atlas project, which you can look at the maps that are on sale in the back. But Adrian recently had an exhibition at the Nickel Gallery at the University of Calgary, and also at, it's now at the White Museum in Banff. So this is based on his experience as a beekeeper, but also as somebody with significant environmental concerns. You can see it's a giant beehive with a little prairie dog at the bottom with a gas mask on. It's quite a lovely work. When it was at the Nickel, it was accompanied by this reimagining of a beekeeper's outfit that's combined, well, Adrian said during the artist talk that the first society that Siksika children join is called the Bee Society, and they do a little bee-inspired dance, and they carry a stick that they use to sting people with. Adrian has talked about doing a performance piece with the rather more lethal stick he has here. We were hoping that he could join us today and talk about this project, but he is elsewhere. Okay, so let me say again how delighted I am to welcome you on behalf of the Calgary Institute for the Humanities, which has been a part of the University of Calgary since 1976. The Institute exists to support high-level humanities research and to promote bridges between the university and the community. And we do that through our public lectures, including our Applied Ethics lecture, which was here in the library about a month ago, our Pride lecture, which will be coming up at the very end of the summer, through things like our Calgary Atlas project that investigates alternative histories of the city, and of course through our annual community seminar. So this seminar has long been one of our flagship programs, resulting in many books, in 11 episodes of the CBC radio show Ideas, and now YouTube. Last year, our video from last year, we were amazed to see, has received about 72,000 hits on YouTube, which is about 72,000 more than our other videos. We're not sure quite why that happened, but we're pretty thrilled to see it. Over the years, these seminars have tackled a wide range of topics, often with a certain amount of prescience. In the 1980s, we looked at the ethics of what was then called the greenhouse effect. In the early 90s, we looked at what was then called the information highway. Later in the 90s, before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, we dealt with dilemmas of reconciliation. More recently, we've had a trilogy of seminars on the environmental humanities, another about DNA, and last year we explored outer space. What connects all of our seminars is a concern with the human dimensions of social, cultural, economic, and scientific issues. We are a humanities institute, and the humanities comprise those disciplines typically that use textual analysis to explore what it means to be human. So traditionally, this is literary studies, religious studies, philosophy, art, history, and so on. At the CIH, we do take a broader approach, and we're interested in topics like the history and philosophy of science, under which today's topic would, I guess, sort of fall, or things like applied ethics, which again, under which today's topic would fall, and so on. But most of all, we affirm the value of civic discourse and civil conversation. And in that regard, this seminar has been our flagship event. So the idea for our seminar comes from our advisory committee, a group of community members who help the CIH in its goal to bridge between the university and the community, and a number of them are here today, and I hope you'll be able to meet them. So each year, and this happens typically in July or August, we identify a few potential topics for the seminar. We do some research, we look at potential speakers, and then over the course of the fall, we narrow it down and choose our final topic. This year's seminar has an unusual amount of moving parts. Many people contributed to its organization, and I do want to take a moment to acknowledge them. So first of all, the CIH's advisory committee, who do all kinds of good work for us. Thanks to Associate Director Noreen Humble, who did a lot of the background research for today's event, and the CIH coordinator, Sean Lindsay, who does an amazing amount of labor, thinking of every possible scenario that might go wrong, which ensures that pretty much everything goes right. We're very grateful to the Faculty of Arts at the University of Calgary, which is our home, and they support the CIH in many ways, and particularly their advancement team, who's been very good to us in finding us the money to do things like this. And thanks to UCalgary's alumni team, including in particular Ben Fleury, who's up there taking a shot with his camera. Alumni have supported us in various ways. They helped with the promotion, they helped the event financially, and Ben checked you in this morning. And our graduate students, who for some reason I did not put their names, but they're somewhere here, Hai Wei Liang and Natalie Bacco for helping out. And finally, thanks to the library staff, Amber Myers and Taylor Morton and everybody else here at this magnificent library. Calgary's library system is one of its great civic treasures, and it's something I think we should all be happy and grateful for. It's a civic treasure. So the title of this year's seminar refers to the alarm that was raised by die-offs in insect populations around the world, such as the widely observed bee colony collapses here in North America in 2006 and 2015. Another particularly grim study in 2017 that observed a 75% decline over 27 years in Krefeld, Germany, of insect species. One aspect of that Krefeld study that was particularly noteworthy and alarming was that they were looking at an ecological refuge, not farmlands or urban areas. A similar result was found in a nature preserve in Puerto Rico. These studies were bombshells, promoting all sorts of new studies, reevaluation of older studies, different protocols, journalism, political action, and so on. Now, the identified culprits in this decline are varied, and we'll hear about these today. Pesticides, obviously, of which 3 million tons are pumped into the global ecosystem annually. Habitat loss and habitat fragmentation, climate change, light pollution, diseases that are introduced into new ecosystems when we cart beehives around the country for pollination, for example, or the unintentional introduction of new species like the Japanese murder hornet, which arrived, we think, in shipping containers or wood shipments or things like that. So there are many culprits in this decline, and I think that entomologists are continually trying to figure it out. Insects, of course, long predate us, having emerged, we think, about 500 million years ago and surviving 4 mass extinction events. Our survival, indeed, depends upon their survival, for crop pollination, for decomposition of decaying matter, for feeding other animals. If insect declines are not halted, writes the noted entomologist Dave Goulson, terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems will collapse. On a similar note, the scientist E.O. Wilson observed a while back, if all mankind were to disappear, the world would regenerate back to the rich state of equilibrium that existed 10,000 years ago. If insects were to vanish, the environment would collapse into chaos. There is some debate, and I think we might hear about this today, about the extent of the decline among entomologists. One problem of assessing the decline is the fact that insects are understudied relative to other species. And their numbers are phenomenal. 3 of every 4 species on Earth are insects. There are apparently 400,000 different species of beetles, for example, and perhaps 5 million insect species altogether, although only a fifth of these have been identified and named, entomologists estimate. Which leads us to a central question. Why do we care so much about polar bears? I have nothing against polar bears, and other animals that we label charismatic megafauna, who are endangered. Why do we care more about them than insects, when our very survival as a species depends upon the survival of the insects? And that's where a lot of today's conversation will land. How have we thought about insects? What has contributed to this thinking? Why do children, who are usually fascinated by insects, end up fearing or loathing them as adults? Metaphorically, we go from films like A Bug's Life and the character of Jiminy Cricket in Pinocchio, who actually I'd never liked, to a film like Starship Troopers, where Earth is under attack from a bug planet and facing annihilation. The irony, of course, is that the insects are under attack and we are the culprit in this scenario. There are a few things, of course, we can do, lots of things we can do to help insect populations, from the personal to the political. We can mow our lawns less. We can stop using pesticides. We can give up on a lawn. We can turn off bright lights at night. Farmers can cut down on insecticides and pesticides, allow for borders where flowers and wild plants can grow to support insect life. Organic farming practices can help rejuvenate depleted soil. We can practice regenerative regenerative agriculture. Somebody is a little tired this morning. We can set aside wildlife corridors. Some European countries, indeed, have recently banned neonicotinoids, a group of pesticides which are thought to be particularly hard on bees, and which studies have shown are not, in fact, terribly effective in any case. So things can be done. And so I didn't want this to be an entirely pessimistic day. But our principal aim today is not to come up with practical solutions. What we will be exploring is rather what we know about insects, what we don't know, what we think we know, and what we have thought about them through the ages, particularly to understand how we have generally failed to understand how important they are to our lives and this world, how deserving they are of our care and of our ethical consideration. Before we turn to these questions, however, I want to give you some sense of how the day will proceed. So the morning, we will listen to our presentations by our three invited guests. At lunch, we'll be having lunch in the rooms down here. So you gather at the tables. There will be a question at your table that's been posed by one of our three speakers. And so that's meant to be a prompt to lunchtime conversation. So as you're having that conversation, think about a question that you would like to pose back to our speakers in the afternoon on the basis of that question and their talk. There should be an advisory board member at your table who might be pushing you along to write those questions out. And then at the end of lunch, the questions will be collected by Noreen Humble. If you'd rather not be in a room with a bunch of other people, I understand that is the case. Do feel free to take your lunch and eat in a less populated place, and you can write out a question and drop it off after lunch. So the afternoon will start with a screening of a short film from the perspective of a solitary Alberta bee, and a presentation by the UCalgary doctoral student on Maya stingless beekeeping in the Yucatan. And then we'll have our questions posed back to the speaker and perhaps a more free-flowing discussion. So as with our previous seminars, we hope to bring out a book based on today's proceedings, and some of our books from previous seminars are available today for sale up at the table that you might have seen coming in, as well as the maps that we've produced in our Calgary Atlas project. So do have a look during one of the breaks. If you have any questions throughout the day, do please talk to me or CIH Coordinator Sean Lindsay or Noreen Humble or Highway Lang or Natalie Bacco, the two graduate assistants you met on the way in. So here's a final and sad note. You may have noticed that there's no piano standing beside me. That was meant to be here. Once we decided on the topic of insects, one of our advisory members drew our attention to the recent recordings of the music by the Canadian Indigenous composer Barbara Aseniak. She has a beautiful suite for piano called An Abundance of Insects. So we immediately invited her to come and speak today, but she said she would be on the land. So then we decided we would invite the young Calgary prodigy Kevin Chen to perform. We'd hoped he would perform Asigynac's music, but we couldn't get the rights, so he was going to perform insect-themed music. Then he won the Rubinstein piano competition in Israel just a few weeks ago, a hometown treasure, and on the way back from Israel, he caught something on the plane. Illnesses are still with us, so we scrambled for a couple of days trying to get a pianist to swat up the music for us, but sadly could not manage. The piano was on its way here yesterday afternoon when we pulled the plug on all of that. So we're terribly disappointed about that, and I'm sure some of you will be as well. You can, however, listen to recordings of that beautiful insect music on YouTube, performed by Philip Chu. His album that features this music just won the Juno Award for classical music, so that's available. You just won't be hearing it here. I do want to thank, however, Heather Byrne for all the work from our advisory board that she put into this. It would have been a very special event, but so would a super spreader event in a very different way. So I think it's best that he stays home and recuperates. Okay, so now let's get to today's discussions, and the first of our invited guests, which is Maya Evenden. I just need to pick up my introduction to her. So, Maya Evenden is a professor in the Department of Biological Sciences in the Faculty of Science at the University of Alberta. She received an NSERC University Faculty Award to join that university in 2003. Her research interests focus on the chemical and behavioral ecology of insects considered to be pests of agriculture, forestry, and horticulture in Western Canada. The research in her lab contributes to the development of sustainable pest management systems. At the University of Alberta, she teaches insect biology, insect in managed ecosystems, and chemical ecology. And she has a quite popular MOOC called, is it Bugs 101? Yes. Dr. Evenden has served as the president of the Entomological Societies of Alberta and of Canada, as well as the international branch of the Entomological Society of America. She is currently a member of 5 editorial boards of scientific journals. Please welcome Dr. Maya Evenden.
Great. Thank you very much, Jim, for that kind introduction, and thank you everybody for joining us today. This is a really exciting and different thing for me to do, so I'm really excited to be a part of it and to have been invited to participate. So today my talk is going to focus on the importance of insects. And as Jim mentioned, I'm at the University of Alberta, and if you have questions following it, this talk, you're more than welcome to connect with me via email or on Twitter. And this is just an outline of what I intend to cover today. First, I'm just going to introduce what insects are, and then what the insect apocalypse refers to, where that term came from, and what biodiversity decline looks like for insects, and what are some of the contributing factors to biodiversity decline. But most of the talk, I'm going to focus on why insects are so important and therefore important to study. So I'm going to discuss things like their sheer biodiversity, their important ecosystem functions, and we'll end with a brief discussion on insect conservation and what things we can do to try and reverse biodiversity decline. So just as an introduction, I'd like to give you a little bit of an overview of where insects sit in the phylogeny of animals. I think here's a pointer. So what this diagram on your left shows is the relationships between different groups of animals. So all I've pointed out here is the group known as the phylum Chordata that includes humans and all vertebrates, and the group that includes insects, which is the phylum Arthropoda. So arthropods, in general, are invertebrate animals that have a hard exoskeleton. There are many arthropods that you'll be familiar with, so things like arachnids, centipedes and millipedes, and of course, insects. Within the insects themselves, there are some important characteristics that distinguish them among the arthropods. So that includes the number of body regions. Insects have 3 body regions: the head, thorax, and abdomen. They have 3 pairs of legs as adults. They also have a pair of antennae on their head, which are structures that sense their environment when they're out trying to find things to eat and members to mate with. And they also distinctly have, wings as adults. So insects are the only invertebrates that have wings, and they are the only invertebrates that can fly. And as such, they were the first organisms on the planet to evolve the ability to fly. So that makes them quite unique. Despite these common characteristics of insects, they have a vast diversity, not only in number of species diversity, but also morphologically. So you can see here some of the major groups like dragonflies, ants, these are the true bugs, and some beetles. They have these common features, but they're very diverse. So as Jim mentioned, beetles are some of the very most diverse insects on the planet. And this picture just shows many different beetle species. And because the diversity of insects is so great, they are also able to inhabit an extremely wide variety of different habitats and play a large number of ecosystem functions within those habitats. So they are an extremely important group of organisms to study. So what this slide is showing us is a comparison of the diversity of different major taxa on the planets. And it illustrates pictorially the number of species of different types of groups of organisms. So you can see the large fly in this diagram illustrates the real vast number of insect species that dominate the other taxa. So you can see, in comparison, you see this very small caribou, which represents mammalian diversity. So as Jim mentioned, there are at least 1 million known species, identified and characterized species of insects, and then there's a large number of unknown. And some estimates are as high as 30 to 80 million estimated species. But definitely insects make up greater than 50% of all the named species on Earth. And they are so diverse because they are found in many different habitats. They also, one thing that people sometimes don't realize is they also make up a huge amount of the biomass on the planet. And they're by far one of the largest groups of animals contributing to biomass. The importance of insects to ecosystems in general is that they provide this ecological link between producers, plants, and other photosynthesizing organisms and consumers. And so, as Jim mentioned, the removal of that link from ecosystems can be detrimental to the entire system. So today's topic for the symposium is the insect apocalypse. This was a term coined around about the same time as the first observation that honeybee colonies were starting to collapse. When worker bees would leave the colony, they would not find their way back. And this phenomenon was later termed honeybee collapse disorder. And what we refer to the insect apocalypse as being is a dramatic rate of decline that can lead to extinction. And this has been measured in a variety of ways: species richness, population abundance, and through sheer measures of biomass. There are studies that have illustrated this phenomenon in both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems and have shown that different ecosystems are affected differently. The rates of decline of insects that have a specific diet is generally agreed to be more intense than the effects on insects that have a more generalist diet. And the other thing to note is that, of course, not all insects are declining. So the response varies by species. So this chart comes from a study that examined who is measuring insect decline and what types of insects are being targeted. So you can see here that the studies that have started to look at the decline in species diversity of insects tend to be restricted in geographic areas. You can see that most of the studies have been done in the UK and the US. And it's important to note that collectively these areas support less than 20% of the expected insect species diversity on the planet. Not only that, but these studies also are done quite regionally. So even within those countries, they target specific places. What generally gets measured is a temporal change in local and regional populations. Of course, just because of the difficulty of studying insects, these studies had to be restricted in their taxonomic coverage. So you will see that there's a inordinate number of studies that target bees, quite a few that are focused on large moths and butterflies in the Macrolepidoptera, and quite a few that target on one of the families in the order Coleoptera, the beetles, known as the ground beetles. Some of the difficulty in interpreting the data that comes from these studies is that insects naturally vary in their population densities year after year in response to different things in their environment. So it's very hard to get a time series that illustrates decline soundly. So and when comparing these studies, there's a lot of variation in the methodology used to measure insect decline. And so it's sometimes difficult to compare studies. But you can see along the bottom here is the taxa that are targeted, and by far the most are on bees, beetles, and butterflies. As Jim mentioned, these studies, these scientific studies that were first done in Europe really triggered a lot of media coverage. And some of it was unfortunate expansion of what was shown in the studies. So a lot of the early coverage was about global insect decline and then relating to a plague of pests. And so the problem is that the scientific studies were done regionally and even very locally on a few taxa, and that information got expanded to be this doom and gloom reporting. Subsequently, scientists have pointed out, doesn't always interest the public or gain public support on the very real problems that are happening. And it also tends to undermine the scientific credibility of those studies. Since then, there has been more media coverage on specifically targeting the appropriate science that has been illustrated, and that's a step in the right direction. So in general, I don't think there's any doubt that insect decline is happening, but researchers and entomologists really want to promote additional research in this area, development of monitoring tools that can be consistent across studies, generating long-term data sets, as well as trying to influence policy and management. So really with an effort to protect insect biodiversity through things like reduced insecticide use, sustainable land management, and increasing incentives for land managers to use those approaches. Additionally, scientists are really advocating for the increased involvement in ecological and genetic data to help better inform land management. So what drives insect decline? Essentially, there are many, just like what we found out for honeybee collapse disorder, there are many, many different factors that are causing insect decline. Some of the big ones include habitat loss, primarily the conversion of natural lands to agriculture and urbanization, pollution, generally synthetic pesticides and fertilizers, but also that was mentioned, light pollution has a big effect on insect populations. And then there's biological factors like invasive species that compete with insects in their habitat, and pathogens that affect insect health. And then finally, climate change is thought to be an extremely important factor influencing insect decline. Because insects are ectotherms, they get their heat sources from the outside environment. And therefore, changes to that outside environment tend to affect insects more so than they do other animals that generate their own heat. And this is thought to be going to be extremely important in tropical regions, which are areas where we haven't really been able to study insect decline to any great extent. So it's really thought to be a death by 1,000 cuts. And so here this picture shows all of the different potential factors that are influencing insect decline. And it's really the fact that they're exposed to these multiple stressors that drives the population decline, especially of the groups that have been studied. And so most of the studies have focused on climate change, habitat loss and degradation, as well as the various influences that agricultural land production has on insect decline. These are some of the main groups that have been studied with respect to the insect apocalypse. As I mentioned, bees have been really a focus, especially species that are important for pollination services. Large moths and butterflies are very obvious to observers, and so they have also been a focus of study. The very well-known dung beetles that feed on vertebrate dung have been the topic of insect decline studies, and some aquatic groups like the dragonflies and damselflies in the order Odonata. So now I'd just like to spend a little bit of time talking about the importance of insects to both human society as well as the planet in general. I'll start off talking about pollination because really a lot of the insect decline studies have focused on pollinators. So pollination, as you probably know, is how plants produce seeds and fruit. And in order for pollination to occur, many plants rely on pollinators. Some of those pollinators are animals, and a large number are insects. A lot of the crops that we rely on for food rely on insect pollinators. And so I just put a list up here of insect pollinated crops in Canada. Some, of course, that you would think of include fruits, berries, and nuts, but there's also a wide variety of vegetable crops that rely on insect pollinators, legumes, and even important oilseed crops here in Alberta, like canola, and other crops grown for seed, like alfalfa in southern Alberta. So there's a huge number of crops that rely heavily on insect pollinators. The most important from an agricultural standpoint for pollinators is the honeybee. So honeybees are a very unique insect because they are domesticated. And they were first domesticated in ancient Egypt over 4,500 years ago. So most of the agricultural pollination in North America relies a lot on honeybees. And as such, they contribute greatly to the economy in the billions of dollars, as well as in the production of crops that have to be insect pollinated. So things like almonds and apples completely rely on insect pollination. There are other commercially used species of pollinators, things like the leafcutter bee that you'll see in southern Alberta, pollinating that are structures in alfalfa fields that house leafcutter bees that pollinate alfalfa fields. Bumblebees are used for buzz pollination in greenhouse cropping systems, and orchard mason bees are manipulated in tree fruit orchards to assist in pollination. However, it's been shown over a wide variety of different crops that actually a natural community of wild pollinators provides better pollination services than honeybees alone. So here you can see the honeybee, the yield of crops pollinated by honeybees in the green, and the yield of crops pollinated by wild pollinators in the red, across many different cropping systems. So some of these other flower visiting species that have ecosystem functions of pollination include, of course, butterflies that everybody sees visiting flowers during the day, but also moths that feed on nectar but are nocturnal and so less well studied as pollinators. Even flies are important pollinators. So what you can see here are various flies that actually mimic bees. And so these flies don't have the defenses of bees. They can't sting, but they look like bees so that they avoid predation. And so flies visit flowers to obtain nectar and pollen for their nutrition, and also are important pollinators. There are even flower-visiting beetles, and even some of these beetles also could be considered as bee mimics. And so they contribute to pollination as well. One of the most important functions of insects is really at the base of a lot of food chains and food webs. And so they serve as food to many, many different organisms. And that's why they're so important in ecosystem structuring. So here you know that bats feed on moths at night, and birds are well-known insect feeders, but also plants consume insects, and fungus consume insects, and even people rely on insects for food in many regions of the world. As Jim mentioned, decomposition is another ecosystem function that's extremely important in insects. Insects feed on animal waste, and they feed on dead animals and plant material. And that assists in cleaning up the environment for everything else. So here are some examples of dead plant and animal feeders. These groups of insects focus on those types of food and therefore are the often first at the scene with respect to cleaning up dead and plant and animal material. And of course, there's important dung feeders like dung flies and dung beetles that target feeding on the excrement of other animals. So dung beetles will roll their balls of dung and bury them and then lay eggs into those balls so that their offspring can develop and grow within the ball of dung. Of course, insects are also considered to be pests, but they are the number of species of insects that are considered to be pests is very small compared to the number of species that exist. But some are important pests that cause both ecological and economic damage. So they can be pests of things that we harvest, like this rice weevil infesting already harvested rice, or they can vector plant diseases like these aphids that are feeding on this plant. Sometimes they're more obvious, their effects are more obvious in the environment, like this swarm of migratory locusts, which essentially eat anything that's green in their path. Or this stand of aspen in northern Alberta, where there's no leaves on the trees and it's mid-July, and this was the defoliation of a large population of forest tent caterpillars that completely defoliated the aspen stand. Insects are also important vectors of animal disease, including human disease. So, of course, there's the historically well-known flea-transmitted bubonic plague. There's Zika virus that is transmitted by a mosquito vector. And, of course, there's the mosquito vector that transmits malaria, which is still a major cause of mortality around the world. However, insects also are beneficial in that they control other insects that are pests. So there's a large number of carnivorous insects that either feed directly on insect herbivores or parasitize those insect herbivores. So here I'm showing some predators, some well-known ones that you will will recognize, often considered a pest. Actually, a beneficial insect are wasps that are carnivorous on this tree-feeding caterpillar. This alligator-looking insect is actually the larval form of ladybugs, and they feed heavily on aphids. And here is the larval form of a syrphid fly consuming an aphid. And these are predaceous on pests as larvae, and then the adults are pollinators. So they have a double beneficial effect. And then some insects directly parasitize insect hosts and contribute to natural pest management in that way. So here you can see the cocoons of tiny little wasps that are emerging from this caterpillar host. So out of each of those cocoons will be a tiny wasp coming out. Here you can see an adult female wasp parasitizing a caterpillar host, and a wasp coming out of an insect egg where they have the larval stage of the wasp has consumed the inside of the insect egg host. Insects also produce a lot of products that people care about and want in their lives. So most of the ones we can think of have to do with bee products such as honey. And of course, Alberta is an important honey producer in the North American market. But they also generate pollen, and that is harvested by people, and of course beeswax. But there are other insect-produced products, things importantly silk and cochineal dyes that have contributed products to people over the centuries. Another important role of insects is actually in crime detection, and where forensic entomologists use insects and their development time and the temperature at the site of the crime to try and figure out the time since death in a lot of murder cases or even things like wildlife poaching cases. And so insects contribute to solving mysteries, not only on TV, but actually in real life. And then there's biomimicry, which is the incorporation of natural traits of organisms into scientific and technological structures and discoveries. And so some of the important things are insect robots that mimic insects, and these have been used to get robots into very tiny places for investigations and even rescue efforts. And even all the types of locomotion illustrated by insects, even flight, have been mimicked in the generation of robots. Here you can see some architectural mimicry. This is a shopping mall in Zimbabwe that was structured after the large African termite mounds. And because termites are so clever in ventilating their homes in the hot, dry environment that they live in, this structure was mimicked in the shopping mall. And here you can see a darkling beetle. These are desert inhabiting beetles that capture water directly out of the air on their forewings. And the structure of their forewings has been mimicked to make things like self-filling water bottles. So insects can contribute a lot to different scientific discoveries. So finally, I'll just end with a plug for insect conservation. All of this information is based on knowing about insects in their habitat, and so it's very important to target insects in conservation efforts. One example here is the Queen Alexandra birdwing butterfly, which was the target of conservation efforts in New Guinea and resulted in a sort of umbrella effect of conserving the ecosystem in which they're found. So they can have, insect conservation can have broad-ranging effects in the entire ecosystem. And so these are some of the comments that Jim already mentioned, but there can be action taken at various levels to help reverse the species decline seen in insects. So this can be targeted at nation states, provinces, and cities to promote habitat restoration, particularly reduce pesticides and tackle the effects of climate change. There can be promotion on working lands, including incentives for land managers to help to incorporate insect conservation. Natural lands to try and manage, to understand the communities of insects using those natural lands and to manage them, to support them. And even actions that individuals can take. So things like reducing pesticide use, rewilding of lawns, and using non-invasive spectrum of lights to reduce light pollution. But one thing I will try and argue for is one of the best things to do is to learn more about the importance of insects and share that knowledge with others. And so, as Jim mentioned, at the University of Alberta, we developed a MOOC, massive open online course, which is called Bugs 101, Insect-Human Interactions. And this was launched in 2019. And it's on the Coursera platform and is free to anybody who has an internet connection. And so I just encourage people to spread the word. Thank you very much.
Do we have a mic? Okay, and I'll ask you a couple of questions. But so the first, maybe while we're finding the mic, so some writers on insect decline have noted that because insects can reproduce relatively quickly and in relatively great numbers, they might be able to rebound more quickly under the right circumstances. So A, is that true? B, is it true of all insects? Are there some that are more adaptable and more capable of rebounding than others?
Thanks for the great question. So yes, some insects have fast reproductive capacity, and that's one of the reasons why they are found in so many different habitats, because they can adapt to different environments very quickly due to their short generation time. That in general would help them to overcome challenges, but what is particularly things like climate change differences, where the the temperature range is outside of what their normal tolerances are, it involves also movement of species, which can result in a sort of bottleneck effect when in the new environment, and so that would reduce the species adaptability because there's less genetic material in that new environment. So I would say yes and no. Yeah.
Can you talk a bit of the specifics of the Alberta situation? Are there particular insect populations, beneficial or otherwise, that are disappearing or under threat?
Yeah, that is the target of a lot of research that's going on right now, particularly in canola agroecosystems, but other managed ecosystems as well. So I would say that there is the gathering of data of species diversity, particularly beneficial species like predators and parasitoids, that's happening. Whether it is, I would say there's just not enough to know if it's declining over time yet. I think it's the target of current research and not extended research. There is one long-term study I know of butterflies in the Rocky Mountains on the very tops of the mountains. That is a long-term data set of about 30 years. But that's the only one I'm familiar with. And definitely it has been up and down, but probably declined over time as the habitat has sort of encroached up the mountains. That's the only long-term data set I know of in Alberta.
Are there particular migratory, either insects or insectivores, that pass through Alberta that are threatened in particular ways by particular practices?
Yep, there are both migratory herbivores and migratory parasitoids and predators that come through. And I think it's whether they're threatened, most of the migratory species that are considered to be pests are in good health because of the monoculture cropping available to them. So the resource available to them is large. However, the things like maybe pollinators and predators, that is not as well known. There's a lot of work going on at the University of Calgary on pollination in different agroecosystems, and I think we're getting an idea of the species that are there, but I don't know if you could say that they're in decline. Yeah.
Okay, and although I said we weren't going to talk about practical things, you brought it up, so I'm going to ask, if a person wanted to have a better front yard,
yeah.
that was insect friendly, what should you do there or plant there or have there?
Yeah, so basically the overall general suggestion is not so much that people's individual lawns are terrible, but that the number of lawns on the landscape in general is actually a huge monoculture across North America. And so that is thought to contribute, well, it just doesn't promote diversity because there aren't flowers available. So people can do things, one thing that's really popular is to plant clover instead of grass, and then that has a flowering aspect, but it also has a nitrogen fixation aspect, so you don't have to fertilize your lawn. But other people take it to more of the extreme and just rewilding in general, so more native plant species instead of lawn. Is
there a particular group of native plant species that are beneficial here in Alberta for Alberta insects?
Yeah, it depends. It depends on the insect that you're targeting, but there are, there's there's just a wide variety of insects that target different plants. So it's hard to say one group, but anything that flowers and that the flowers are interspersed over time. So one of the problems with mass flowering crops like canola is that the flowers are available to bees and other pollinators, but only for a short period. and the rest of the time it's a non-flowering crop. So the idea with rewilding your lawn would be to have or just putting native plants in general in your garden would be to have a gradation of different flowering times across the season to make sure there's a consistent flower resource.
And it also looks better.
And it does.
Okay, well, thanks for that. We'll be talking with Dr. Evenden later, of course, but thanks for that. And so now I'm going to introduce...
I'll switch over to here. Our next speaker, Eric Brown. So Eric C. Brown is a professor of English at the University of Maine in Farmington. He has written previously about insects and eschatology in Edmund Spenser's Muiopotmos. Edmund Spenser's a Renaissance poet that I also look at. Dr. Brown is also the editor of Insect Poetics, the first book to comprehensively explore the cultural and textual meaning of bugs in Western literature. Though literally woven into the fabric of human affairs, insects are considered alien from the human world. Animal studies and rights have become a fecund field, but for the most part, scant attention has been paid to the relationship between insects and humans, and Insect Poetics tried to address that. More recently, he's a contributor to a book about insects that is on display amongst the things we have, our own books up on the table, so do have a look at that at the break or at lunch. But please welcome Dr. Eric Brown.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you to the Calgary Institute for the Humanities, University of Calgary, and the UCalgary alumni for this invitation. I want to begin with a brief and well-traveled poem by Emily Dickinson. That's it. To make a prairie, it takes a clover and one bee, one clover and a bee, and reverie. The reverie alone will do if bees are few. Bees, by all accounts, are becoming fewer, and Dickinson's lines, a hauntingly beautiful testimony to the power of both negative space and the ecstasies of the imagination, are haunting in other ways in 2023. The forum today is motivated by an increasing awareness that declining populations of insects, most noticeably bees and monarch butterflies, are canaries in the global coal mine, indicators that the world is veering into a kind of insect apocalypse, an end of times for certain insect species, and thus by extension an end of times for other species like us that depend on them. My interest in this presentation is in tracking some of the competing narratives around insects in the popular imagination, to help think through the heavily freighted relationship we have with them, and to help unpack why insects still, even in the face of such serious calls to recognize their plight, provoke in us such contradictory responses. So as Rachel Carson once observed, the insect world is nature's most astonishing phenomenon. Nothing is impossible to it. The most improbable things occur there. Indeed, astonishment and improbability are both helpful terms in understanding the strangeness of insects. From fairy worlds to flea circuses, insects have long held a dual tradition as invisible, immaterial objects that baffle scale and visual conception, while also embodying a sense of endless pervasion in space and time, swarms of locusts, the indefatigable longevity of the cockroach. And yet serious critical engagement with insects and their cultural impact has typically occupied a marginalized space, a dimly lit corner of the field of animal studies, or an occasionally sensationalized segment of other humanistic disciplines. Even one of this century's most significant ecological issues, the worldwide decline of pollinating honeybees, has received only sporadic popular attention. Much of this can be attributed to the tendency in animal studies towards, a term Jim mentioned, charismatic megafauna, those largely mammalian charmers, from the domestic dogs, cats, and horses, to the wilder pandas, whales, and wolves that draw the lion's share of attention. But insects are challenging subjects in other ways. They're paradoxical to the point of indeterminacy, sustaining and subverting diverse discursive modes. While the biodiversity of animal studies remains problematic, the landscape does not feel quite so barren is when my own insect poetics book appeared in 2006. Indeed, a focus on insects and other marginalized organisms can be seen in a number of publications over the past dozen years. Works such as Joseph Campana and Keith Botello's Lesser Living Creatures of the Renaissance, that is the book that I believe is on display above. Catherine Perry's Other Animals in 21st Century Fiction, Kelsey Nagy's and Philip David Johnson's Trash Animals, How We Live with Nature's Filthy, Feral, Invasive, and Unwanted Species, and a growing corpus of other monographs have helped to address this focus in animal studies. Reaction Press's Animal series is also noteworthy here, not only for including standalone publications on ants, bees, beetles, mosquitoes, and moths, but for incorporating other uncommon animals into their selections. For even entomological studies have their own popular draws. Ants, bees, and butterflies predominate, maybe beetles too. And a microbiologist might certainly argue that insects are far from the beings least accounted for. Their low profile is still relatively higher than, say, paramecia or water hydras or cyanobacteria. But insects may, in that regard, represent an important terminus ad quem. Perhaps moving beyond them to less complex organisms, we lose some essential resemblance to ourselves that, as alien as insects can appear, changes the register of what we talk about when we talk about animal. Their alien appearance is really an uncanny resemblance. Arms and legs, but 6 instead of 4. A properly oriented head, but with disproportionate eyes and mouth and ears. A skeleton, but on the outside instead of the inside. And a prominent abdomen, but no apparent sex organs. They embody both excess and loss. And the anxieties produced in humans by these extremes, unfortunately, have tended to make insects less likely to be invited to the table than their distant furry cousins. That said, the appeal of insects also has a well-documented, if idiosyncratic, history. One of the great insectophiles, Thomas Moffat, in his 16th century compendium, The Theatre of Insects, considers insects as more spectacular than any other animal being paraded about England at the time. He says, "It is common to the English and to all mankind who, that they may see those large beasts that carry towers, the African lion, the huge whale, the rhinoceros, the bear and bull, take sometimes a long journey to London and pay money for their places on the scaffold to behold them, brought upon the stage. Yet where is nature more to be seen than in the smallest matters, where she is entirely all? For in great bodies the workmanship is easy, the matter being ductile. But in these that are so small and despicable and almost nothing, what care, how great is the effect of it, how unspeakable is the perfection." This particular relationship between insects and artists has a rich and varied tradition, evidenced elegantly in the painting Jupiter, Mercury, and Virtue by Dosso Dossi, 1523 to 1524. In which Jupiter paints butterflies so real they flutter off the page, while Mercury quiets Virtue, who looks to interrupt the work. 2 allegories at least compete in Dossi's painting, age-old debates between the real and the imagined. One, that the genius of art and true creation must be freed from the constraints of mundane responsibilities and worldly cares. The other, that art does no more than ignore the pressures of the real in order to paint make-believe creatures that flit off into nowhere. These are the gilded butterflies of Shakespeare's King Lear, beings whose very beauty suggests an empty frivolity. Such overall ambivalence towards insects, towards their beauty and grotesquerie, their pervasiveness and their inconsequentiality, is likely rooted in primal childhood encounters. Insects and their ilk, spiders and worms and so forth, are the first wild animals most of us encounter in this life. There is a kind of chthonic quality, for instance, to the ants. They help us understand the ground, the earth, things subterranean that have an existence beyond us, beneath us. Before Solomon ever made them proverbial for their industriousness, they must have imprinted a more atavistic message. Here is space into which you do not enter, says the ant, and in which we move freely. Similarly, the flights of butterflies and other winged insects draw us into the firmament. How strange to just come into a sense of oneself at a time when the most common animated life around us is digging, soaring, careening, mocking our plodding, crawling terrestriality. Moles and magpies might have the same domain, but they cannot compete with the ubiquity, the insistent message of the insect. They drive home our limitations, but they also make particular contributions to expanding our imaginative faculty and our sense of possibility. They tease us out of thought, to borrow Keats's words. We understand the place of insects first poetically as a fantastic realm, overlaying but not replicating our own. The insect world must be mediated by art, artifice, technology as an almost impossibly othered creation. And I suspect that is partly the meaning of Mercury as intercessor in Dossie's painting. Moreover, our first and often ongoing relationship with insects is an adversarial one. For one, they openly invert the food chain. No other animal feeds so routinely on humans. Stings and bites lead to rashes and fevers. They're powerful vectors for nuisance, pain, disease, mortality. In Maine, where I grew up and currently reside, the biting black flies are given a season unto themselves. I'm curious if you have that in Calgary as well. I thought you might. And I'm reminded of Crevecoeur's statement in What is an American, that in the early period of colonization, the only thing that made Nova Scotia more uninhabitable than the British was the omnipresence of mosquitoes. It's hard to come up with another example of an animal whose presence has caused whole territories to be vacated. And whether it is slapping a mosquito on the forearm or diabolically sizzling ants with a magnifying glass, insects are also one of a child's first and most repeated encounters with death. Things alive and plentiful, yet they can be stopped, mercifully or mercilessly, with the push of a thumb. Bugs occupy an uncanny realm, and even modern commodifications of the insect geared to children, swallowtail fairy wings or ladybug backpacks, are recollections and reshapings of monstrous forms and fabulous tales. A brief example from a famous work of children's literature, Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass, frames well those competing senses of astonishment, of improbability, with an admixture of morbidity. You'll recall that early in Lewis Carroll's tale, a talking gnat gives Alice a tour of a fantastical garden in which she encounters a series of refashioned insects, living puns, such as the bread and butterfly, whose wings are thin slices of bread and butter, its body a crust, and its head a lump of sugar. When Alice learns that it feeds on weak tea with cream in it, she asks, well, supposing it couldn't find any? The gnat responds, then it would die, of course. But that must happen very often, Alice remarked thoughtfully. It always happens, said the gnat. Shakespeare treats such childhood encounters even more viciously. In his Roman tragedy, Coriolanus, the son of Coriolanus, young Marcius, is driven early in the play to destroy a gilded butterfly. He does this by tearing it apart with his teeth, and his mother, confused at this seemingly unmotivated act of violence, wonders whether his fall enraged him or how it was, oh, I warrant you, how he mimicked it. Mimic is a great Elizabethan word that's fallen away, meaning to tear something into scraps. The boy's drives are replicated in his warrior father, or as Gelkern Pastor puts it, it is possible to see the young Marcius in this context tearing apart the butterfly with his teeth as a training exercise for the heartier fare and bloodier appetite of the grown fighter. Shakespeare, by the way, never uses the term insect, and almost all of his bugs, if he does use the word, are shorthand for bugbears, nagging, disturbing, even terrifying animals, akin, as a contemporary of his, Reginald Scott, made clear, to spirits, witches, urchins, elves, hags, fairies, and such other bugs. Perhaps no better example of the unsettling wonder and astonishment of insects exists than the flea circus. Through its amalgam of vaudeville patter, tiny costumes, trapeze, and cannon, it's widely thought of actually as a Victorian fashion, but various writers have composed numerous celebrations of fleas and other insects as performers dating back to at least the late 16th and early 17th centuries. As observed by Thomas Moffat, fleas in such performances have a very short neck, to which one Englishman, most skillful in all curious work, fastened a chain of gold as long as a man's finger with a lock and key, so rarely and cunningly that the flea could easily go and draw them. Yet the flea, the chain, lock, and key were not all above a grain weight. I have also heard from men of credit that the flea, so tied with a chain, did draw a coach of gold that was every way perfect, and that very lightly, which must sets forth the artist's skill and the flea's strength. An important theatrical split later evolved between real fleas and their illusory cousins, those flea circuses that use no actual insects, but rather play on the willing belief or myopia of the spectator. The movements of the circus are mechanical, the fleas an imagined adjunct. The display, if not the training of fleas, for modern natural flea circuses seems to have changed little in 400 years. As May Berenbaum describes it, typically, flea performers are Pulex irritans, the human flea. Females are preferred at least partly because being larger, they're more visible. Traditionally, would-be flea circus operators begin by training their fleas by enclosing them in bottles underneath a light. Sensitive to both light and heat, the enclosed fleas tend to remain in the bottom of the bottle. After a while, the cork in the bottle is replaced by a glass cover. Fleas that jump and hit the glass cover gradually habituate to jumping only a particular height. After about a 2-week training period, fleas are ready for the stage. There, they can be hooked up with fine, tiny wires to wagons or coaches, dressed up as historical personalities. You see some of this, I think, in the image, or equipped with tiny swords for mock battles. Some audiences were invited to view the performances under a magnifying glass. In the 1930s, the price of admission at one show was 15 cents, which was actually more expensive than a double feature at a movie house of the time. And the end of the performance was traditionally marked by the owner offering the performers a hearty meal on their arm in full view of the audience. In particular, the appearance of the wagons and coaches, the mock battles, and the final reversion to natural flea behavior, the consumption of human blood, maintain patterns of performance evident for centuries, and in each case they amusingly transgress as well as reaffirm the boundaries between high and low, human and animal, domestic and savage, polite and vulgar. A bit of flea circus can also be glimpsed in Romeo and Juliet, where the Queen Mab's speech exhibits a fascination with insect remnants. While the lore of fairies and insects often dovetail, the chariot of Shakespeare's fairy queen reproduces elements of those flea-drawn coaches spotted by Moffat. Mab's transport, Mercutio tells us, is an empty hazelnut made by the joiner squirrel or old grub. Time out of mind the fairy's coachmakers. Her wagon spokes made of long spinner's legs, the cover of the wings of grasshoppers, her traces of the smallest spiderweb, her collars of the moonshine's watery beams, her whip of cricket's bone, the lash of film, her wagoner a small gray-coated gnat, not half so big as a round little worm, pricked from the lazy finger of a maid. Mab's ghoulish collection of dismembered insect relics speaks as well to the role of spectacle in insect representation, and often the spectacle of the insect has depended on a tension between its near invisibility and its radical magnification. That's just to me striking. That is also supposed to be Queen Mab and her insect chariot. That is not that. In other words, insects are partly terrifying because we don't see them until it's too late. And this fear becomes both ironized and augmented when their scale shifts. This is transposition of scale perhaps most famously adduced in the big bug movies of past decades, from The Fly to Them to Starship Troopers, we saw an image of earlier. Epic transposition of scale has its roots in the book of Revelation, when locusts emerge from the abyss and assume gargantuan dimensions, in this case their massive scale and marvelous appearance, rather than their invisibility or minuscule craftsmanship, are the sources of astonishment. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion, when he striketh the man. And the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle. And on their heads were, as it were, crowns like gold, and their faces were as the faces of men. And they had the hair as the hair of women, and their teeth were as the teeth of lions, and they had breastplates, as it were breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was as the sound of chariots of many horses running to battle, and they had tails like unto scorpions, and there were stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. I don't know why they say that twice, but it does reaffirm it. Almost every monstrous quality of these apocalyptic insects depends on their extreme visibility. Though they emerge from a bottomless pit that itself issues forth smoke that obscures the sun, the reckoning depends on a kind of radical spectacle. The locusts are gigantic, and they bear the ostentations of royalty. Their hair is long, teeth leonine, exoskeleton as hard as iron, and their sound is the very clamor of epic warfare. Their scorpion tails are both another sign of this excess, the most appalling pain imaginable, while also a concession to the seeming limitless quality of insects themselves, whose numbers are so great as to seem infinite, fit denizens of a bottomless pit. I'll offer one contemporary example from my own backyard of the ways in which insects further function in the popular imagination. The black fly has become an increasingly versatile signifier, especially in northern New England and the state of Maine, for a certain high level of pestiferousness. Indeed, the black fly is often joked about as being Maine's official state bird. On the one hand, it helps mark those from outside the state as other. Tourists and those, quote, from away are typified by their inability to cope with the clouds of black flies, while some residents of Maine fashion themselves as a resistance force against the swarms of tourists every summer. The fantasy of an idealized world defended and inhabited by insects has, in fact, numerous classical and early modern antecedents. The Greek historian Herodotus describes canine-sized ants in India who mine the sands for gold, free for the taking for any bold enough to venture into their hostile territory. That process of mythification persisted in the Quebec region of New France, where in 1636 Paul Lejeune recirculated a kind of Herodotean ant legend. He says, "Meanwhile, Monsieur Commandant goes up higher, continuing as far as the river of the prairies. Upon his return, he described these places to us as a terrestrial paradise. There, indeed, are riches collected in one place, but the mosquitoes are the little dragons that guard those beautiful golden apples, which cannot be had without difficulty any more than the other gifts of the earth." Draconian flies there replace the canine ants, and Lejeune configures New France as a new garden of the Hesperides, refashioning Herodotus's mythical India into the promise of Eden. Such adaptations establish the essential structural components of contemporary blackfly representations. Insects are the gatekeepers of riches for those smart enough or Herculean enough to bypass them. So, on the other hand, the black fly has also become appropriated not as a means of keeping outsiders out, but of drawing them in. Black fly festivals and conventions have popped up across northern New England and into Canada, and these events further teem with all manner of black fly-themed commodifications, from miniature black fly houses and Christmas cards to 5K races touted as good training for escaping the black flies themselves. In Adamant, Vermont, prizes are awarded for fly costumes and sculptures. And in the Mount Washington Valley area of New Hampshire, a number of businesses offer blackfly-related incentives to visit during swarm season. Restaurants serve shoe fly pie, blackfly mai tais, and fishing outfitters claim it as the perfect season for getting a bite. I ignore here the additional business generated by insect repellents, hats, clothing, and netting, though one retailer observed you could almost say we actually like the little buggers. The town of South River, Ontario, went so far as to declare a 4-week blackfly hunting season, with prizes given for most tonnage of blackflies collected. In Maine, there are at least 3 peculiar commodities constructed around this creature: Gritty McDuff's Blackfly Stout, Gifford's Ice Cream's Maine Blackfly Flavor, and Camp Maine's Blackfly Roast Coffee, imbibed, their words, for the buzz that just won't go away. This veneration of rather than resistance to the blackfly is nowhere better exemplified than by the Drosophilic Maine Blackfly Breeders Association, or not quite that yet. MBBA, a charitable organization operating out of a small border town, Machias. Their motto is, "We breed 'em, you feed 'em," reinstantiating the divide between us and them, with the us producing and the them receiving the dubious benefits. And then as further evidence of this, yes, their website includes a cartoon, one panel pointing out, before complaining about them, think of all the good the little black fly has done for Maine. The second panel has two tourists fleeing back to New Jersey and telling the natives they'd be crazy to live here. In a similar spirit, a winning limerick from one of the MBBA's annual competitions reads, "Some breeders from Englishman Bay bred a black fly with new DNA. It'll work day and night. You can die from one bite, but it only likes folks from away." While none of the black fly foodstuffs mentioned earlier actually contain insects, Gifford's Maine black fly ice cream is composed of vanilla ice cream with miniature fly-sized chocolate chips and streaks of strawberry swirl, actually for blood. Maine is one of the many states exploring insects as an alternative for sustainable protein. I'll also note, if you didn't know, that the U.S. Food and Drug Administration already permits a certain ratio of insect parts in all U.S. foodstuffs. For instance, as George David Gordon reports, FDA regulations allow as many as 56 insect parts in every peanut butter and jelly sandwich, up to 60 aphids in a 31.5-ounce frozen broccoli, two or three fruit fly maggots per 200 grams of tomato juice. A company out of Portland, Maine, called Crawl has been making granola bars using cricket flour as their base ingredient. According to their co-founder, Tim Balea, Crawl Foods is a sustainable food company at its core. We make granola bars. Soon we'll have trail mix and protein cookies in our line of products, all with cricket protein. Crickets are a super sustainable source of protein. Compared to dairy cows, they use much less water and land and produce basically no greenhouse gases. We also like cricket protein because, unlike many of the alternatives widely available, soy and pea protein mainly, crickets can be easier to digest and have all of the amino acids that vegetable proteins do not. In the short term, we hope to expand our reach, showing new consumers that crickets are not a scary protein source, but can be tasty and great for the environment. He acknowledges, however, that adopting new foods, particularly in Western markets, can be an arduous process. I can get my mom, who's pretty squeamish, to try some cricket flour pancakes, but a Caesar wrap with whole crickets is a definite no-go. Tim was actually kind enough to supply me with some sample cricket granola bars. I think there are samples of each of those flavors for this forum today. If you're interested in testing your own squeamishness, I'm not sure how I think there are about 20 of them, so if you are interested, maybe we can set up a little kiosk of some sort and figure out how to get those out. So just to end, even in its most festive commodification, the insect maintains a subversive as well as celebratory signification. In one of the more gleeful appropriations, the release of butterflies rather than rice or confetti at weddings has come into vogue, with one business claiming, "You will depart under a veil of fluttering beauties who will remain for just the right amount of time before they gently and majestically fly away." The effect is ultra-romantic, and the veil of fluttering beauties retain traces of spectacle, evident in those early childhood impressions or in such popular contemporary stagings as interactive butterfly gardens and petting zoos. But I like this picture because it's not at all clear to me if that is pleasure or horror. Even the subtext remains vaguely sinister. The butterflies will stay for just the right amount of time before safely vanishing into the ether. Which is to say, whether we or the bugs are doing the chasing, the provocations of insects apply unique pressures on the human imagination. Like Jupiter painting his butterflies, it is easy to lose ourselves in them for a time, which is perhaps one of the most improbable points about them. But to return to Dickinson, reverie alone will no longer do. Going forward, we will need real bees and real prairies to sustain our flights of fancy. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I don't know if you, some of you I know will have seen one of the finales of RuPaul's Drag Race, where there was supposed to be a spectacular moment where one of the drag queens released was going to release butterflies, but they hadn't sufficiently warmed up, so they just kind of flopped out on the stage. And what turned into what was supposed to be a moment of magic was a moment of horror. But there was a larger horror, I think, for me. Even if it had worked, where were those butterflies supposed to go in this auditorium? So they were clearly sentenced to death as kind of little commodities. And so this is one of the first questions I want to ask. I mean, you brought up some really interesting facets of the way we relate to insects, and one of these is as a kind of uncanny. That they're like us and they're not like us. And is that perhaps at the root of why we find it so difficult to extend to them a kind of sense of fellow being or fellow creature? I mean, you brought up the example of Martius and Coriolanus, who rips the butterfly to shreds. The adults are a bit horrified, but perhaps not. Is that uncanny at the heart of our relationship with not extending to them a kind of ethical consideration?
I think so. I mean, what is fascinating to me, particularly about insects, is that they do seem to be a tipping point for that kind of what we might comfortably anthropomorphize in some other species is already almost sort of imminent in insects, because they do resemble us just enough to provoke those feelings of strangeness, our own strangeness about our own selves. And I think that's right. And I think that's part of what I think is great about the forum today is just that there is some block. There is some kind of block that keeps us from really thinking about insects in a serious way, or if we do, as you were just kind of describing the RuPaul, the culmination of the drag show, it's if we do pay attention to them, it's through a kind of fascination, and fascination is always a distancing, and I think that's, and I would actually go so far as to say too, if you to really push kind of the Freudian uncanny, part of what produces the uncanny is a repetition of similarities. And I think they're not only in the numbers of insects, but we were talking earlier about 1 million named species. Think about how baffling that is to our ability to language, how it defies our ability to even create in some ways. So I think that there's absolutely something there that to me the insect is a tipping point for that kind of uncomfortable resemblance.
The other thing that you brought up that I think is also worth teasing out further is the whole business of scale, which seems to be inevitably involved in our relationship with insects. So, as you said, we encounter insects first as children when we're at our kind of maximum level of helplessness, dependency, frustration, and we encounter them as gods. And we can mete out death to them. Yes. And they're the kind of the only creature that we can dominate in that particular way. Yes. And I wonder if that, in some way, is at the heart of the trope of the Big Bug movie, when the scale gets reversed and we're helpless children again in the face of a different kind of God.
Absolutely. I think that's where that fear comes from. I didn't talk about, I had a kind of ominous-looking image at the start, Edward Gorey's The Insect God, and but I think that it returns us to that state. And what I think is clever about movies like Starship Troopers is there's always a kind of, at least in that film, there's always a kind of ironizing of this, the sort of Twilight Zone effect of that. Now we're reduced to scale and everything around us, and that's a common trope, of course, in a lot of different genres of works. But I do think with insects, as you say, it can't help but somewhere deep inside us bring us back to, at least I know from my own childhood, just being in the backyard, you're turning over rocks, you're turning over logs, you're finding life that way, and it is so immediate and palpable that I think it has a very deep connection to us that at some point we consciously or unconsciously get very uncomfortable with.
Now, you've looked at insects across time, in a way, in the representation in literature, and from the classical period on, there are certain insects we have admired, or that often turn up as moral exemplars. Bees, especially, ants sometimes, for their, what is it, seen to be a kind of ordered, militaristic little society.
Yeah, the fable of the ant and the grasshopper, the classic kind of duality of that, yeah.
So has that changed across time at all? Does that remain fairly constant? And the other thing that I sort of noticed was we tend to admire, when we're using these as moral fables, more often we admire them as little societies. We find it difficult again to admire individual members of those little societies.
Yes, I think that is absolutely, it has the reality and a bit of illusion, but it has mostly the reality of a civilized state that we can learn from in some cases and think about order. And I'm reminded of just a quick literary example of the in Milton's Paradise Lost, when Pandemonium is built by Satan and the rest, and it's built essentially like a hive, and they are like bees going into a hive as they enter Pandemonium, and it's meant to suggest a kind of order out of chaos and a way of thinking. I believe that probably is true. I'm interested what others would say about that, but I do think it tends to be kind of the communal aspect, actually, of the ants and the bees, in addition to the aesthetic qualities of some of that, that draws us.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to hear, I think, the other side of that in Cheryl Vint's presentation, the fear of the collective in some way. But again, that last little bit that you also talked about, there's the business, there's the uncanny, they're like us and not like us. There's the problem with scale, but then there's also the problem with number. Yes. As you say,
yes.
That they can be, sometimes are, in the case of locusts, innumerable,
yes.
And that challenge our imagination that way.
Yes, I think baffling is baffling in kind of in space. Just it baffles the imagination to comprehend that many things all at once. But then also there's so many narratives about the interminability in time, too. That if there is an apocalypse, as E.O. Wilson said, if the humans were taken, that would be one thing. If the insects are taken, it's something else. And that insects will persist beyond, whatever might come, there will still be a cockroach somewhere running around.
Yes, a good note to end on. So we've got about 20 minutes to have coffee and a donut or something like that, and to look at Eric's book and buy a map or two, and we'll see you back here at 11:30 for the last of our morning speakers.
So, it is now my great pleasure to introduce our third speaker, Dr. Cheryl Vint, who is Professor of Science Fiction Media Studies at the University of California, Riverside. She's the author of Bodies of Tomorrow, Animal Alterity, and Science Fiction, A Guide for the Perplexed. She's the co-author of the Routledge Concise History of Science Fiction and co-editor of the Routledge Companion to Science Fiction. She has recently completed science fiction for MIT Press's Essential Knowledge series and Biopolitical Futures in 21st Century Speculative Fiction in 2021, which theorizes how speculative fiction interrogates a number of sites where bodies intersect with biotechnology in the marketplace, such as cryonics, transplant surgery, IVF, clinical drug trials, and synthetic biology. Please welcome Dr. Cheryl Vint.
Thank you, everyone, and it's really great to be here in Calgary. I'm a Canadian, so I always like to come back to Canada, and I'm a grateful visitor on these territories from the territories I come from today, which belong to the Cahuilla, Tongva, Luiseño, and Serrano peoples. And I want to especially sort of note the land acknowledgement, which has become traditional, but really is about honoring people who live in and with ecosystems. And I think that's really important to the conversations we're having today. So I'm going to talk about how science fiction has sort of long imagined insects in an apocalyptic kind of way, but largely has seen the insects as the source of the apocalypse rather than us as the source of apocalypse for them. So we've already seen this film once today, Them, with the giant ants that attack. I'll note that these ants are made giant by radioactivity, and that's going to be a kind of theme running through all the examples I'll talk about, that often the insects are imagined as these danger to humans, but there's also a hint of like somehow it's our fault that they've become dangerous. There's always these motifs about land acquisition and about pollution of various kinds that have changed the insects to make them more predatory. So insects have appeared in science fiction across the decades, and they're always almost exclusively imagined as a threat. So we have like Star Trek's Borg that you might be familiar with, to these 1950s giant creature feature movies such as Them. Examples of insects in SF, the one image there is the selenites from the moon from one of the first ever films, A Trip to the Moon. That's the Borg Queen from Star Trek there. They draw on a longer cultural history of representing insects in which we both simultaneously admire and fear them. So they're industrious, they're efficient, they're skilled builders, they're fearsome warriors, and so we often see them as these kind of models of how to build a society, especially if we imagine them as capable of using technology. Yet at the same time, they decimate human crops, they carry diseases, they've been one of the major hurdles in colonial domination, so they're also seen as competitors to humans in many ways. Images of insects in early pulp magazines often associate them with notions of the mass or the swarm, and also with this sort of unconstrained fecundity. There's like always many, many, many insects, the millions we heard about earlier. And in these ways, they've also been associated with threats about sort of class or nativist uprising. So fears of the mass are associated with insect imagery. And here again, this is Starship Troopers over on my right there. The other insect is the creature from Ender's Game, which is also about a war against the bugs, unspecified bug kinds of creatures. Insects are thus both exemplars of modernity, so they're idealizations of capitalist divisions of labor and of Taylorist production, but they're simultaneously the embodiment of dehumanized hordes who threaten the end of humanity as we know it. Insects are often imagined as alien, and I think this is because evolutionarily they're so far from mammalian life, as we saw in the earlier presentation. Charlotte Slay, in her book on insects, says that they are the definitive organisms of difference. We humans have skeletons, they have hard parts on the outside and squishy bits in the middle. We humans celebrate intelligence as our defining feature. They form complex societies as if by instinct. They provide the template for the first version of on-screen aliens, as I mentioned, A Trip to the Moon. That film was from 1902. And they also are the template for the most famous, perhaps, science fiction alien, the eponymous aliens of the Alien franchise. And there we have the Alien Queen. The other image, the one to your left, is from District 9, where we start to get a slightly more positive presentation of insects into the 21st century, as I will come to. Insects in science fiction also function as a screen onto which we project a range of fears about ourselves, such as the radiation that creates the giant creatures of 50s horror films, to the threat of genocidal warfare that's explored in films like Starship Troopers and Ender's Game, to the technological fears evident in a series of 1970s eco-horror films, which include the insect central films The Swarm and film adaptation of H.G. Wells's short story Empire of the Ants, and I'm going to talk about that film in more detail. These are part of, there's a bunch of like revenge of nature eco-horror films in the 1970s where we've polluted nature so much it turns on us, and those are the two that feature insects particularly. More recently, as in Neil Blomkamp's District 9, whose insect alien we see there, we start to see the fact that these insect metaphors have been used as racial slurs, treated in a more sensitive way, and so these films cultivate sympathy for the insect, but they always have to do it working kind of against what seems like almost an inherent revulsion for their morphology. So the films are really working against the visuality to cultivate sympathy for the insects. So today, I don't have time to do an exhaustive engagement with all of the films, or rather all of the insects in science fiction. So I'm going to focus on three kind of motifs. One is images of colonial warfare, which date back to the H.G. Wells story I mentioned. The second is fear of hives or collective organisms, hive minds, those kinds of patterns of imagery. And then the third is more sympathetic depictions of insects, which happened really only into the 21st century. And I'm kind of dating this engagement of that turn initially to Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, which many of you may know, published in 1962, which opens, as you see there, with this fable for tomorrow. So it opens with this sort of science fiction kind of fable, which has to do with pesticides. It's really focused on the disappearance of species we perhaps better love than insects, such as birds whose eggs can no longer hatch. That was the big controversy over DDT. But this sort of imagining the insects as part of an eco-chain of life kind of dates from Rachel Carson's work. So the first set of texts that I want to talk about begin with H.G. Wells's Empire of the Ants, which was published originally in 1902. And then I'm also going to talk about the Creature feature from 1977, which is a direct adaptation of Empire of the Ants. And then finally, a film that I dearly love, which actually came out a little earlier, even though I'll talk about it second, called Phase 4, which came out in 1974. And they're all adaptations of this Wells story in a way. Wells's original story engaged with the evolutionary themes that were so central to H.G. Wells as a writer. For those of you who may know H.G. Wells, he was very influenced by Darwinian thought and this idea that humans were not sort of the pinnacle of evolution, but could change into another species in the future, or other species might, in fact, evolve to be the dominant species instead of humans in the future. And Empire of the Ants imagines the beginning of the evolution of ants. It's set in the Amazon, and it features a Portuguese-speaking mixed-race captain and also an English colonial administrator who's named Holroyd. They're dispatched there to assist a town against a plague of ants, and at first neither of them take this assignment very seriously. The captain says, well, the ants, they come, they go, humans just have to accommodate themselves to ants coming and going. But the emphasis in the story is really on Holroyd, who's newly arrived from Britain and finds the ants sort of evocative of the fact that nature is untamed in this new world compared to controlled nature in the Britain he comes from. So the story concerns the sort of destructiveness of the ants. They're able to destroy this whole town. These are not giant ants, I'll point out. It's just that there's so many of them. And the feebleness of human technology, which is unable to mount any resistance to the progress of the ants. This leads Holroyd to some philosophical contemplations about the immensity of the living world and the minuteness of human civilization in this context of evolutionary time. So just as humans had evolved and briefly conquered nature, so might the ants, who have both language and intelligence, and who, he says, are developing ways to store knowledge, just as men had done by means of books and records, who use weapons, who form great empires, who can sustain and plan a great war. So perhaps these ants can take over as the dominant species. Observing evidence that they behave with a strategy that goes beyond instinct, including the ants have weaponized snake poison, and they have these little spears that they attack the humans with. The human ship retreats and entirely abandons the region. Holroyd goes back to England, and he's trying to warn everyone against what he calls, quote, these new competitors for the sovereignty of the globe, and he anticipates they're going to discover Europe by about 1960. So the 1977 adaptation, this is much more taking its cues from the sort of creature features of the 1950s that happened in between, like the Them, which we've seen several images from today. It's a really low-budget film, although bizarrely to me, it stars Joan Collins at an earlier point in her career. I wouldn't necessarily recommend checking this film out, but I will nonetheless describe it to you. So these giant ants, they're caused by improper disposal of radioactive waste. As you see here, one of the barrels that opens with a crew dumping radioactive waste in the sea. One of the barrels comes on the shore, and then the ants eat from it, and then they become giant ants who are attacking humans. And remember, Wells's story was about this sort of critique of empire, right? The ants stood in the way of Britain expanding its empire. And here the critique has to do with a scam to sell sort of not developable beachfront property as if it's going to be the future Dreamland Shores estate. And so Joan Collins plays this real estate agent named Marilyn who's scamming everyone. So here we see that they just basically drive around this empty space with all these signs that say future this and future that, so she's scamming people of their money. Before the ants attack, the film stresses how much her male employees resent her methods and also her power over them. And this gives voice to an anxiety about insect hives as matriarchal societies that I see persist again and again. There's always a gender anxiety that's around these ideas that the queen is somehow at the center of the life. Marilyn bullies the captain of the yacht she hires as part of the scam, and then once the radioactive ants begin to attack the group, he's actually the one that can save everyone, whereas she sort of panics as women do. In the final confrontation then, I included this slide because there's also like a kind of casual sexual assault that happens partway through, which again, I thought was quite interesting in terms of the gendered themes that happen here. So in the final confrontation, the captain's able to kill the ant queen rather than be corrupted into obedience. Everyone else is being put in this chamber, and she releases pheromones, and then they become sort of human automatons who serve the ants. But the masculine captain is able to resist this. And Marilyn initially is part of a final 5 group of survivors, but in this confrontation with the queen, she's killed. And then those who survive are 2 men and 2 women so that they can form nice heteronormative couples in the end. And you can see how the ants, like the giant ant creatures, it's not a very high budget film, so they look kind of silly. But partly what's interesting about this film is it begins actually, before we see the radioactive dumping, it begins with some documentary footage of actual insects. And there's a whole series of films that draw on sort of new techniques to show ants and other insect creatures in detail and really up close. And this begins with this documentary film called The Hellstrom Chronicle, which came out in 1971, and it took advantage of these new kind of capacities to really show detailed action of insects. It's an interesting film because it's presented with this science fictional kind of framework. So it's presented as if this Dr. Niels Helmström, who's our kind of scientific presenter in the film, he's claiming that insects are inevitably going to inherit the earth because they're more adaptable than we are and they can reproduce more quickly than we can. So humans are kind of doomed to give up the world to insects, and he's trying to warn everyone how we have to fight the insects and prevent this. Sorry. So despite this sort of science fictional framing, because of its techniques in capturing real documentary footage of a variety of insects, it actually received the Oscar Award and the BAFTA Award for Best Documentary in 1972. And the footage is also used, the same filmmakers wildlife photographers rather, who captured the footage for the Hellstrom Chronicle, also then later worked on Phase 4, which I'll discuss in more detail. So here we see from the Hellstrom Chronicle, Dr. Miles Hellstrom, who's not a real scientist, just an actor, but yet it won this documentary award, and some of the examples of the footage that it's capturing. So now I'm going to turn to talk about Phase 4. Here again, we have 2 scientists that are fictional characters. This is a fictional film. The female character there is the daughter of some farmers who gets displaced, and she ends up being in their research center. And they use the same wildlife photographers as the Hellstrom Chronicle, but they film their own footage of insects. So Phase 4, the title of this film, refers to the final phase in the confrontation that it imagines between humans and ants that's being investigated by entomologist Ernest Hubbs, who's the older man there, and he's assisted by this IT specialist, James Lesko, because they're trying to communicate with the ants who they think have reached a new stage of intelligence. So they set up an experimental station to observe and perhaps communicate with the ants. So phase one is Hub says, oh, something's weird. Insects that usually fight each other, they aren't fighting, they're cooperative. Like, humans have to worry, we better go investigate this. So phase two is they set up their research station and they're sending out these signals where they're trying to communicate with the ants, and the ants are basically ignoring them. And then phase three is there's a breach between the two scientists, Hubbs and James. The entomologist is convinced that the ants have reached this like dangerous level of sophistication, and he wants to hunt down the queen and kill the queen. But the IT mathematician, he's been communicating with the ants using geometric signals that he sends based on a complicated computer program he developed to sort of translate their pheromonal signals into numbers. So he wants to continue communicating them. And then phase four appears on our screen only at the very end of the film. This is the last sort of image of the film. And it marks a new evolutionary paradigm where something that's a combined human-ant civilization is going to happen. And Kendra, the girl who ends up with them, she ends up having to take refuge with the research station because her family is killed. But interestingly, her family is killed not by the ants, but they're killed by this yellow pesticide. That's just what they call it in the film. We're going to release the yellow that they release to attack the ants, and that's actually what kills her family. So as this final title sequence here suggests, the film is highly influenced by Stanley Kubrick's 2001, which is probably the most significant SF film about evolution. So you see here on the one side, you see the famous Dawn of Man sequence with the monolith, which is sort of how apes turn into modern humans. And then on this side, the image are some strange structures that these ants who are no longer fighting each other, they're all cooperating, build, and that's part of what alarms the scientists. They go to investigate these strange monolith-like things that the ants build. Unlike other films where they depict the threat of the ants because they're giant and use prosthetic ants, Phase 4 relies entirely on footage of actual ants, and it suggests that the menace lies in their intelligence and their capacities to work collectively, meaning that realistically sized ants become a threat to humans in this context. After Hubbs attacks them with the yellow, for example, this sort of yellow foam that sprays everywhere and kills all the ants it's touched to, we see this long sequence where a series of ants take a sort of congealed lump of this yellow and they carry it back to their queen where she's able to analyze it, and then by analyzing it, give birth to a new sort of breed of ants that's immune to it. And through this sequence, we see each ant can carry it only for so long before it dies, but then a new ant comes and takes it on. So again, their kind of commitment to collectivity is part of what makes them a menace compared to the humans that are squabbling among themselves. So Phase 4 then extends the evolutionary themes from Wells's story as it critiques ecological colonialism. It's set in the Amazon desert, although they actually filmed it in Kenya. And this is the best image I could get. I would highly suggest to watch this film, Phase 4. It's a great film, but there's this really like huge panoramic shot of like tract upon tract of undeveloped land that is in the later film, the adaptation of The Empire of the Ants, it's suggested like the land's undeveloped because it's all a scam and it can't really be developed. But here, it's suggested that the land is undeveloped because they ran out of water, that they sort of overshot what was realistically developed. And so again, the critique of human activity is kind of buried in the threat of the ants there. And that connects to this is called Paradise City, this half-developed plan. And like the Joan Collins film, it suggests that there's supposedly going to be tennis clubs and golf courses yet to be developed, but none of this works out due to a lack of water. This is referred to as just another desert development that did not develop. And we also see scenes where Hobbes discusses the threat of the ants with local farmers, suggesting that sort of the resource of water is what the ants are competing with humans for. Although climate change is not a prominent theme yet in 1974 when this film comes out, excessive heat also features in the plot. So these are mounds that overnight the ants build. And again, you can kind of see a 2001 echo for people who know that film, that is aesthetically the film echoes that. They build these reflective mounds so that they can focus the sun on the research dome, so that they can heat up the research dome such that the computers fail. And so they show sort of, again, sophistication and using climate to attack the humans to prevent their computers from being able to work. Another interesting thing about this film in terms of the intelligence of the ant and the ants and their communication with humans is the ants communicate by sort of selectively killing off plants and creating patterns. And this image from the film occurs before the whole alien crop circle fiasco or meme or whatever you want to call it of the 1970s. And some people have suggested that this imagery from the film is actually what led to the whole thing around crop circles and associating kind of aliens and crop circles. So the ants figure out the sort of mathematical code that James is using, and they send him back a picture that prints out very dramatically on the dot printer that they're using in the 1970s. And he concludes from this that the ants want one of the humans, but they're not really sure which one they want. Kendra decides it's her because earlier she had smashed some ants because of the ants attacking and killing her horse, so she thinks the ants want her. She wanders off to sacrifice herself. James concludes, he's the IT guy, he concludes they want the entomologist who's trying to kill their queen. And then the entomologist goes out to try to kill the queen, but he's lured into a trap by the ants who then swarm all over him and consume him. In the end, after all this sort of violence, James gives up on his quest to communicate with the ant, and he goes out with a new insecticide, the blue. And again, you can see his outfit has a very space, science fictional kind of thing. He thinks he's finally going to go and find the queen's chamber and kill the queens and sort of succeed in preventing the insect apocalypse from displacing human civilization. But instead, what he finds is, in the queen's chamber, is Kendra, who's been transformed by the ants and who kind of rises out of the sand at the bottom of this hill. And then he says in voiceover at the end of the film, "We knew we were being changed and made part of their world. We didn't know for what purpose, but we knew we would be told." And then that is the end of the film, and we see phase 4 come on the screen, as I showed earlier. So although the ants themselves, this is a close-up of, we see the ants in really minute detail in this film. They're not depicted with much sympathy in this film. I think the ecological themes that it brings into this familiar warfare with the insects narrative open the door then for later and more sympathetic depictions that will follow. And particularly the ants win in this film. It's all the other revenge of nature films, humans eventually are able to restore the hegemony of humans over nature. So as is already hinted by the conclusion of this film, it's actually humans rather than the ants who have to change in order for some kind of mutuality to be possible. Then the documentary Hellstrom's Chronicle, with its science fictional gloss that was so influential on Phase 4, was also an important influence on the next example I'm going to discuss, which is Frank Herbert's novel Hellstrom's Hive, which was published in 1973. So that's the year before Phase 4 came out. So obviously the Hellstrom from the title is taken from the fictional Hellstrom scientist that was put in the Hellstrom's Chronicle documentary. So Frank Herbert, as you may know, is known as a kind of ecologist, environmental thinker in science fiction. He's most famous for Dune, which is widely known now because there was a recent film adaptation. And in this, he creates a sort of backstory for the fictional Dr. Hellstrom, who's in the Hellstrom Chronicle documentary. And in fact, he imagines that there's a sort of plot to take over the world and create a new insect-like civilization that Dr. Hellstrom is the leader of, and then he's posing as a documentary filmmaker in order to kind of hide what he's doing from the government. So there's multiple layers of referencing the film here. This novel explores films of collectivity, especially the fear of de-individualized existence, which is often associated with the idea of the hive. In Hellstrom's Hive, a group of humans have socially and physically engineered themselves to produce a sociality that comes as close to insect life as possible. So they don't change their morphology, they don't look like insects, but they live underground, they de-emphasize vision, they rely on pheromonal kind of signals between one another, and they try to observe a kind of strict role hierarchy that we often see associated with ideas of how the hive and insect society functions. Human speech is dying out. There's very few people that live in this hive situation who can communicate. And those who can use human speech, their function is to intersect with the wider human society outside the hive, a society that they intend to displace. So the plot is a thriller, and it's mostly about a security agency that's trying to figure out what's going on with these weird Hellstrom people. The outside world is referred to as Police State USA, and there's a number of kind of subplots where the government agents are doing various nefarious things. So I think it's interesting that, well, especially as you can see in the kind of visual images associated with at least one of the covers there, the hive itself is this site of scariness. There's also a sense that, like, the U.S. bureaucracy, the police state USA, the people trying to repress the hive, that they're not really a better society. So again, we see a kind of shift where it's not like humans should be the winners and insects are the threat. Hellstrom has produced this technology called Project 40, and it's a secret technology that he's sort of using to blackmail the government. And supposedly it can disrupt the Earth's crust such that it would force human civilization to end, but because they're more adaptable, the Hellstrom people think that they can survive in this future of the disrupted Earth's crust. This more strongly emphasizes ecological themes, and they're often related to questions of overpopulation and competition between humans and insects for a limited food supply. And this is influenced by that kind of turn towards concerns with overpopulation in the 1970s that follow in the wake of the Limits to Growth report that is produced by the Club of Rome in 1972, which was sort of warning against never-ending expansion and increased profit in a capitalist mode, but it got sort of taken up in terms of there's too many humans and we have to reduce human population. So here's some quotations from the novel, echoing the framing of the Hellstrom Chronicle and often taking dialogue directly from it. Hellstrom's hive presents material as if it's from Hellstrom's journal, suggesting that the government initially targets Hellstrom precisely because of his concern for ecology, which is a threat to GPD. They think he's leading a cult, perhaps that it's somehow connected with communism. We're told he specifically came out against, is what the novel says, DDT, which is of course what prompted Rachel Carson to write The Silent Spring. And the attacks that she faced from well-funded corporate lobbyists who sort of attacked her scientific reputation and suggested that her fable for tomorrow meant she was writing fiction rather than science, all of those same kinds of anxieties by which corporate for-profit America attacks somebody who's trying to speak ecologically around the value of unvalued species such as insects, all of that kind of gets attached to Herbert's version of the Hellstrom character. I won't go into it, but he also draws attention to sort of misogyny and gender anxiety themes that come up all the time in these insects kinds of narratives. So anticipating the conclusion of Phase 4, the film that comes out a year later, and I'm not suggesting a direct influence because I have no evidence that the people who made Phase 4 ever read Hellstrom's Hive, but just that there's a sort of shift in the air is what I'm suggesting. Hellstrom's plan is to evolve a new kind of human that will have enough of the strengths associated with insects collectively to ensure that humanity, albeit a different humanity, can remain the planet's dominant species. So the ants kind of overtake the humans in Phase 4, whereas in Hellstrom's Hive, the humans have to become more ant-like to outcompete the ants, but yet they still want humans to win. Yet even as the novel seems to suggest an ecological consciousness and value in insect life, it also shows the hive as dangerous because it's impersonal. It's lacking in emotion, and the only sort of function of life is to continue life itself. Just brute survival and reproduction are also associated with insect ways of life. The humans fighting the insects are not admirable people. One of them refers to the hive humans as gooks, Sort of reminding us, and remember this is the 1970s when the occupation of Vietnam is still ongoing, reminding us of insect imagery often used in this racially pejorative way. And while Hellstrom hopes for a better future of mutuality between humans and insects, the novel concludes on this really ambivalent note where that's going to be possible only into the future. All right, so I'm not going to talk about these two examples. I wanted to mention them briefly because I think that they are great examples of this more positive kind of turn. The reason I'm not going to talk about them in detail is because, in fact, they're not really about insects. They're about bugs in a broader sense. So the Children of Time series, it's the Children of series, and Children of Time is the first novel in the series by Adrian Tchaikovsky. It's this really interesting set of novels where it imagines a far future where humanity tries to terraform certain planets. And I know those of you who were here last year heard Chris Pack talk about terraforming. So they have this retrovirus that they're planning to use on primates that they're going to introduce into these planets that they're shaping to support human life. And it's supposed to make the primates more intelligent. But then a whole huge series of accidents happen, which I won't go into. The primates never make it there. The retrovirus does make it there. And the ecology is at a very early stage. And so the species that gets the benefit of upgraded intelligence is spiders. And then it imagines a whole sort of evolution of spider society by which it's able to develop technology to ultimately become a spacefaring society. And it involves a lot of other knowledge about other insect species that the spiders sort of domesticate and use. But the spiders who are not insects are the ones that are sort of the dominant in that planet, in this novel. And then the other one I wanted to mention briefly, again, a brilliant book, but not really sufficiently about insects, is A Half-Built Garden by Ruth Anna Emrys. And this is a first contact novel about encountering an alien civilization and having to learn to kind of form community across difference with the alien civilization. It has a lot of the stuff that we see in that kind of earlier tradition of things like Starship Troopers, where the aliens look very bug-like, and so instinctively humans seem to react with revulsion against that. So a lot of it is around learning different kinds of ways to appreciate a broader set of morphology so that we can see these insect-like aliens as not threatening. But again, one of them is spider-like, and the other one is a pill bug, which is part of the crustacean family, not insects. So positive examples of insects were not so easy to come by if we want to strictly think about insects. But I do have one, and this is the final novel I will talk about, which is Maya Loon's A History of Bees. So this is a novel that takes place across 3 different temporalities. So it has only one of the settings is a future setting, a science fictional setting. So it has 1851 Hertfordshire, where there's a scholar who wants to study bees and particularly study like how to produce artificially constructed beehives to get sort of bees to be domesticated and interact with humans more. And it's in dialogue with some of the earliest work by which scientists historically did discover the kind of different stages of the insect were the same species. So sometimes larva versions and adult versions look very differently, and this is the period where those dots were starting to be connected. In 2007, that setting, our focal character is a farmer who has beehives, and he's witnessing colony collapse and trying to come to terms with what that means both for the future of his business and agriculture, but also for the future of humanity. And then the final setting, which is in 2045 in Sichuan province. Here, this is a post-colony collapse world, and it's a very dystopian society, very much the same kind of imagery we associate with negative versions of kind of hive collectivities. The society, everyone has like their role they can do, and there's no social mobility, and there's those in the lower ranked roles are more oppressed. And our title character there, Tao, she loses her son, who dies because he is stung by a bee, and he's allergic to bee stings. And so there's this sort of doubleness by which she's grieving her son, but also the return of the bees suggests some hope for this civilization. So here again, we see that it's the humans and not the insects who have to change if there's going to be any kind of future of mutuality. Loon doesn't imagine some kind of post-human transformation of our species, as in phase 4, but suggests that what we need is a cultural shift by which we have to come to regard insects as necessary rather than as antagonists. And here, this quotation will suggest all the things that happened that led to at the root of what's wrong here. So I'm going to focus only on the last section of the novel because I don't have that much time anymore. And also because it has the strongest ties to science fiction. But I will note that all 3 sections are tied together through links that ultimately make these characters be ancestors to one another. And then there's also the book, The History of Bees, that title is written as a different kind of book. That's a book within the book that is written by Tom's son after colony collapse, and it provides the kind of seeds to reinvent a new human-bee relationship in the future. So when Wei Wei, that's Tao's son, dies and is stung by the bee, the ruling hierarchy of the future, they want to use his death as an image of necessary sacrifice to ensure the future. So they want her to, celebrate that she lost her son because it means bees are coming back and that this means humanity can return to how it was before. And that's part of a kind of sacrificial logic by which some human lives aren't as important or necessary as other, that fits in with this negative kind of imagery around the colony, where they're actually hand pollinating all the plants because there's no bees left to do that. But our protagonist, she realizes that while she celebrates the return of the bees, what's needed is an ethos that's different from the ethos of modernity. So not this history of the bees we saw from 1851 onward, by which we studied bees and other insects only to change them to serve our goals, only to extract things from them, or else to destroy them with pesticides if they did not serve us. Instead, she turns to lessons that she gets from this book, The History of the Bees, written by Tom's son during the period of colony collapse. And part of it is that, even though he kind of learned too late, that he couldn't stop the collapse. But there's still this hope at the end when the bees come back that we can create a different kind of sociality going forward. This better and more organic future imagined by Tom in his book, A History of Bees, Dao founds it in the library, an abandoned library years later. And the crucial change he proposes is that humans must stop domesticating bees. The history of bees thus far has been sort of controlling them for our needs. But instead, we need to recognize that the bees are part of an ecological change we need for our own thriving, and that in order to enable that, we have to let the bees thrive as their own species. So there is a kind of true mutuality in a history of bees, which is different from the sort of the bees are superior we see in phase 4, or the humans have to become more like bees, but humans still stay superior in Hellstrom hive. Here in the history of bees, we see a true mutuality. And thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much for that. So I've got a couple of questions. First of all, I guess, insects, for reasons that you mentioned, are really ripe for projection, particularly when we're imagining aliens. It seems like sympathetic aliens are usually humanoid, unsympathetic aliens are normally insectoid. So I'm wondering, have the values that we've collectively associated with insects, have they made them particularly prone at particular historical moments for summoning up fears? Are they useful for a certain kind of analysis? Writers on science fiction typically say that, science fiction is about exploring issues of the present. And are there particular times when insects have popped up in science fiction for particular reasons?
Yeah, I think we see the kind of 3 clusters, right? So one is the huge creature features of the 1950s. It's not exclusively insects in that period, but it is, they are a non-human part of nature. They're the most non-human, it seems, part of nature because their morphology is so different and they're so collective, whereas we tend to emphasize individuality. And so when there's all these concerns around radioactivity, it's like insects and lizards that we see embodying that kind of fear of the damage we've done to nature is going to rebound back on us. Godzilla, for example, fights Mothra, a giant moth, at one point in time. Then there's the cluster in the 1970s, which there's a whole series of revenge of nature films. And again, it's usually it's not typically like bunny rabbits and things attacking back. It tends to be insects and lizards and snakes and things like that. So again, the animals that we most despise, I guess, when we imagine nature attacking us back, that's what recurs. But then this sort of more recent cluster is where we started to think in ecosystem terms and recognize that we're dependent on insects. And there's where I think you see some more positive depictions. Why it is it tends to be spiders rather than other creatures that get imagined positively, I don't know. They seem somehow to convey, in the science fiction I'm familiar with anyways, they seem more technology using and thus more intelligent because there's a clear preference for technology as a kind of marker of superiority in science fiction.
Right. Now, science fiction is a kind of inherently philosophical genre, I think.
No?
And I mean, one of the questions that certain philosophers in the 20th century and 21st century have looked at is the way that we've used insect metaphors to dehumanize, using vermin metaphors of fleas, rats, not insects, cockroaches, things like that. So I'm wondering, have you got examples of science fiction films that have either just directly reflected that kind of use of insect metaphors for dehumanization, or alternatively, where films have reflected upon that process of dehumanization? I mean, for me, to mention it for the fifth time, Starship Troopers does seem to be an interesting reflection on that whole business of how we dehumanize the other in order to wipe them out.
Yeah, I mean, Starship Troopers, the film really more so than the book, I would say, though, but that's clearly an example where there's this, satirical tone, but it's like so excessive, where it's like maybe they're intelligent and we have to experiment to see if we can communicate with them, but it's only through like the medium of torture that they're sort of capable of imagining interacting with creatures that look that scary. Ender's Game, which I also briefly mentioned, that too, it's the war against the bugs, and because they look like bugs and have a larval stage and have hives, all of that seems very threatening. So the humans in Ender's Game enacted genocidal war against the bugs, and only one of those novels has been adapted into a film. But then there's two novels afterwards where Ender, who is like the genius kid who figured out how to enact the genocide, spends a lot of time reflecting on what it means to be guilty of genocide and communicating with a kind of spirit of the queen and thinking about how there needs to be a possibility for mutuality going forward. And then District 9, which I didn't talk about in very much detail, set in South Africa, very much about the sort of long apartheid history in South Africa and about a more contemporary anxiety of Nigerians coming into South Africa. Imagines they're kind of relocating these refugees who are very bug-like and they're treated in this very dehumanized way. And one of the main kind of agents of that government action against them gets contaminated and starts to develop these alien features themselves. So there's kind of like a Kafka metamorphosis thing going on. And that too is sort of suggesting that like the horror lies in what we project onto these creatures rather than inherently in them.
Right. And, I mean, just one last thing is the fear of insect intelligence, which seems to come up again and again. And you talked a bit about that. It's when science fiction wants to think about other ways of thinking, it seems like it goes to insects, especially collective thought rather than individual thought.
Yeah.
And fears of that.
And I mean, this is not just science fiction. I mean, there's a long history of fables around insects, right? That they're industrious and they work collectively, and that they seem sort of models of hierarchical societies that work without people like wanting to have like peasants' rebellions and things like that. So I think there's a sense that they can kind of outcompete us if we let them. That's a long history there. But there's good material reasons for humans to be fearful of insects, right? I mean, that they do eat crops that we rely on for food, and they do spread disease. So there's like, I think those memories are there. And when we imagine kind of computer intelligence, like networked kind of intelligence in AI, there's very often, again, insect metaphors, hive minds, those kinds of things that come there. So it seems like an inherently non-human form of intelligence, and anything that might be smarter than us but is that different from us, it seems objects of fear in science fiction.
And for good reason.
Yes, perhaps.
Okay, so thank you for that. So we've pushed the time a little bit. So what we're going to do now is, well, first I'll tell you, I think we're going to push the schedule by 15 minutes. So we'll reconvene here at 1:15, and so everything will be pushed 15 minutes on your schedule. But so what we're going to do right now is you'll collect your lunch, which is, I hope, back there somewhere. And then there are rooms down on this level of the library where you can sit at tables. Eat your lunch. There will be a tent card with a question on it posed by one of our speakers. So after you've had a little bit of food, start discussing that question with those around you. This is the part where you guys have to work. And try to think about responses, and particularly questions that can be posed back in the afternoon session, which Noreen will be collecting at the end of lunch. Okay? Everybody cool with that? Okay, so get your lunch, go down there. We'll see you at 1:15.
Now we're going to start the afternoon off with a really great bit of programming, a film, All Roses Sleep in Violet Light, by local Calgary Mohkinstsis artists Alana Bartol and Bryce Krinsky. By the way, this film is actually on display right now at the White Museum at Banff, and it's programmed beside that Bee Tower by Adrian Stimson that I showed you at the beginning of this morning. So the two artists, Bryce Krinsky, his work makes use of photography, video, archival images, digital manipulation, historical food narratives, found objects, and a desire to see in new ways, with the goal of establishing new stories out of this process. His work has been published and shown internationally and as part of the AFA and the Bow Valley College collections. He's unfortunately not able to be here today. But with us today is Alana Bartol, who is an interdisciplinary artist and educator working at the intersection of art and ecology. In 2019 and 2021, they were longlisted for Canada's Sobey Art Award. For those of you who don't know that, that's perhaps the most prestigious art award in Canada. Their experimental films have been presented in festivals and exhibitions in Germany, Hong Kong, Belgium, Romania, Argentina, Turkey, the US, and across Canada, and they currently teach at the Alberta University of the Arts. So please welcome Alana Bartol to introduce her film. Their film.
Thank you so much. I'm going to lower it a little more, I'm short. Yeah, thank you, Jim and Sean and everyone for being here today. I'm really excited to present this film at a venue like this. It is at the White Museum right now, and it was shown at the Art Gallery of Alberta as well. But I'm always really excited to present it to different audiences and in different spaces, like film festivals and galleries, at conferences, that kind of thing. So hopefully everyone has received one of these. So it is an olfactory film, and by that, there's a scent component to it. So if you don't have one, maybe you could wave your hand, and we'll make sure that you get a scratch and sniff card. So yeah, I work in film and a lot of other mediums as well, but this was one of the first projects involving scent, although I have been really interested in working with scent through a couple other projects, more with plants. And this film that you'll see, it's a short film. It's an experimental film. So it's 14 minutes long, and you will be prompted to scratch each scent kind of in sequence, and a number will appear. And the film also pauses, so it gives you a little bit of time to, taken the scent. And it's shot from the perspective of a solitary bee that is a native bee to Alberta. And we were really interested, you've heard a lot about bees today already, and did a lot of research about bees for this film. I'm not a scientist, I'm not any kind of insect expert, but I am really fascinated in how we decenter human perspectives through my artwork, and thinking about how we can think about the perspective of the world, from the point of view of the more than human world. And so the film was shot with a camera that was converted to shoot in the ultraviolet spectrum. So there's no special effects, it's just what you see. So it's not necessarily exactly how a bee would see the landscape, but it's kind of an approximation, and it's quite dreamy. And I won't say much more, and probably be a couple questions after the film, but it follows the bee through the prairie landscape, and there are some pleasant smells and some not so pleasant smells, so just a little warning there. Okay, please enjoy. Thank you.
What a lovely film, and I think one of the interesting things for me is what an Alberta film it is. But it isn't an Alberta that we normally experience, and certainly not in this particular way. And getting back to some of the conversations we had this morning about questions of scale and size and things like that. But can you talk about the Alberta nature of all of this?
Yeah, I don't know if this is on. Might not be on. Hello? Take this. Hi. So I've lived in Alberta since 2015, so I didn't grow up here, but a lot of my work is site responsive and thinking about relationships with place and the species that we live with, but are often overlooked or kind of unacknowledged altogether. And when we were doing the research for this film, I was researching bees in Alberta, and come to learn that there's potentially upwards of 322 different species within the province of bees alone. So is it working now? Okay, so often when we think of bees, we think of honey bees, which are basically, they're like livestock is how we should think about them. They're not a native species to Canada or to Alberta. Yes, they do produce honey, and they're used kind of to support agriculture, but there's so many different species of bees, and a lot of them don't even look like what we think of when we imagine a bee. And 70% of them are ground nesting bees, and many are solitary bees. So we really wanted to, take that research and think about, well, can we kind of imagine, a kind of a day in this bee's life, or maybe even how this bee might dream, and all of the obstacles it encounters in our Alberta landscape, like oil and gas and agriculture, and just a lot of my work revolves around resource extraction and issues around land use. So kind of trying to find a poetic and somewhat humorous way to integrate some really heavy topics of research into this piece, and kind of also leave room for people to enjoy a film, but also be really rooted in our bodies. I think often when we experience film, we're really encouraged to kind of leave our bodies as we are through many technologies that we use every day. So I really like the idea, and Bryce and I talked about this a lot, of like, how do we really connect people back to their bodies while they're viewing this film, and thinking about where they are, and thinking about, what their own relationship is to the Alberta landscape.
Yeah, and certainly scent is one of the most physical, invasive senses there is. Yeah. I want to talk about the filming a little bit, though. So first of all, I'm glad that you brought up the comic aspect of it, which artists aren't often known for, frankly, a little bit of comedy. But I'm wondering about your use of the point of view shot. which, I mean, some of the time you used it and some of the time you didn't. It's interesting. I mean, point of view shot in film studies, it's often associated with horror, actually, which you get from some of the color shifts that you used as well. But of course, the film does have elements of horror, I guess,
For sure,
in addition to the elements of comedy. But can you talk about your choice of the POV shot?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's interesting because I haven't really been asked too much about that. And I think while we were out, the film was shot, I should say, largely in the Milk River area, which is in southern Alberta. And we shot on the Pinhorn Grazing Reserve, so that's a kind of area of land that's been set aside, and it's supposed to be one of the largest intact native prairie landscapes, other than, I believe, like the Kainai and Pekani reserves have very large tracts of native prairie landscape, as well as Suffield, which is a military base. So just in doing this research, like where could we go to actually like be on the landscape, and then just happened to see this bee that you see in the film, and it was asleep in this blazing star. And we're like, okay, we've got to film this. Like it was just this very beautiful, tender moment, and it's kind of where we got the idea to think about it almost as a dream. And so I don't know about you, but when I dream, my perspective like shifts around a lot, and I have very vivid dreams, and I'm really interested in dreams as well in my artwork. And so I think part of the point of view and through the conversations with Bryce was to kind of think about that shift in consciousness and a state of dreaming, and also like being within a body and also kind of outside of it, and trying to sort of get you into the perspective of this bee, but to kind of question, like, you know, what is this experience, and what are you seeing, and is it real, or it's imagined, is it a dream? And so kind of just asking a lot of questions about our perception in general, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different from the old Hinterland Who's Who videos, in that it does place you with the bee or in the bee's perspective to get you to experience the landscape with the bee. Here's, you probably get asked this every time, but how did you get the scratch and sniff cards made? Well, how did that pop into your head?
Yeah, so we started researching the history of olfactory cinema, which is pretty fascinating. And there's everything from like people putting scent into the theater that would then be, you basically get blasted with scent in your seats. And that seemed interesting, but maybe not like the best opt-in experience. I know lots of people, including myself, have scent sensitivities. So we're trying to think of a way, like, how do we incorporate scent, but it's kind of optional, and, you know, and so landed on John Waters, who made this film called Polyester, and so that was a big inspiration, the film Polyester. So it's a similar scratch and sniff video. Even the look of the card is a bit similar, although there's more scents, and actually 2 of the scents are shared with polyester. So there's a gas scent, and there's also a rose. And we used the same company to produce the cards. So we did. They're in the U.S. and they're called Print-A-Scent, and they use a micro-encapsulation process. We tried to make them by hand, so we did a bunch of workshops through this organization called the Institute for Art and Olfaction. They're out of LA, really amazing. If anyone is interested, they do like online workshops and workshops for artists. There's a perfume math for artists class for those of us that aren't that great at math, and so learned a lot, and also just in terms of like durability and scale, and like wanting to show this project in different venues, we ended up going through the manufacturer, and so we worked with them. It was quite a long process of like sending scents to them. Some of the scents are scents that they already have, designing the cards with a local company. So essentially we we hand sticker all the cards, and so a lot of work went into it in terms of just figuring out the scent compositions and the look of the scents and figuring out how to get it done. And then we also created a couple of the scents. So that was quite a fun and difficult process.
Well, I think it worked really well. I mean, both to do the kinds of things that you talk about to place you with a bee, but it also combines, I think, with the comic
Totally.
elements of the film, which again goes back to John Waters, but then, the business of the bees.
Oh,
I
yes,
guess.
I loved being the bee, and I made those little bee appendages, and they're, obviously not to scale, but I'm really into humor and injecting humor into art, and I love like the campiness of, different props and things in film, and sort of like lo-fi effects and that sort of thing. So I often try and find ways to inject humor into the work.
Well, I think it worked really, really well. So I think we have to cut it off there,
Yeah,
but thank
sure.
you so much
Thank you
for
so
this lovely film.
Okay. So our last presenter today, before we move to more general conversation, is Veronica Briseño Castrillon, who I hope is here. I haven't met her yet today. Is there a hand somewhere? There we are. Okay, good. Okay, Veronica is a doctoral candidate in environmental studies at the School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape at the University of Calgary. Her ethnographic and ethno-ecological research is focused on the understanding of the natural and cultural processes that are involved in the formation of the built environment through the ancient tradition of Maya stingless beekeeping and the impacts to their common territories in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Her doctoral research has been supported by the Mexican National Council of Sciences and Technologies, the Calgary Institute for the Humanities, the School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape at the University of Calgary, and the organization, the Eva Crane Trust, from the United Kingdom. So Veronica is actually an honorary research fellow this year at the Calgary Institute for the Humanities. Some of you may have seen the story, the You Today story yesterday about the various generous gift that Heather and Ian Bourne made to the Calgary Institute for the Humanities, specifically to support graduate fellows at the Institute and to keep that funding going in perpetuity. And I want to sort of publicly thank Heather and Ian for that generous donation and for their the trust they have placed in the CIH. And that's why this is one of a great coincidence in a way that we can show you exactly what kind of work Heather and Ian's gift supports. So please welcome Veronica Briseño Castrillon.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, it is an honor for me to be in this event. Thank you very much for having me to talk about the contemporary situation of the Maya stingless beekeeping in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, stingless bees are distributed only in tropical and pantropical areas of the world. In Mexico are known 11 genera and 46 native stingless bee species, which some of them have been cultivated as a Mesoamerican tradition. 17 of those species are endemic of the Yucatan Peninsula. Maya people established a close relationships especially with the stingless bee called el cab. This is the stingless bee called el cab, or also called in Maya language, Xunancab. They are a social bees, which means that they work in community. The scientific name given to the colealcab is Melipona beechi, and she only inhabits the tropical areas of America. As other stingless bees, they pollinate selective native species of the tropical forest that result in their symbiotic conservation. Okay. Archaeological and historical evidence has been used to document Maya stingless beekeeping of this species as an ancient Maya cultural practice. Some elements include effigies, sculptural burners, representations in facades on temples, colmenares formed with stone constructions to enclose beehives, and limestone discs to seal hollow trunks used as beehives called hobon by Maya people. Historical sources, such as the Madrid Codex and the prophetic books of Chilam Balam, record descriptions of Maya stingless beekeeping practice, the importance of bees' honey in healing and religious rituals, and bees as guardians associated with the origin of the universe. I was very fortunate to find this wild coleal-cap nest in the jungle of Quintana Roo state. Particularly, coleal-cap's wild nests are very hard to find due to several factors such as the increased deforestation, contamination, the introduction of foreign species, and also modern trends of stingless beekeeping practices called monoculture that have an intensive economic and industrial approach. However, still there is a continued traditional relationship between some Maya beekeepers and this iconic being. This image captures inside of a beehive of the stingless bee's colel cap. In Maya language, colel means first true woman, and the utterance cap embraces the meanings of bee, honey, beehive, town, strength, earth, and universe. For Maya people, the colel cap have been considered sacred beings, and as the first woman, inside her beehive preserves life and human existence on Earth since remote times. She and Maya people hold an ancient reciprocal relationship within the endangered traditional dwellings, milk agriculture, and the tropical forests of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Hobon is the traditional beehive of the colel cap. They are placed in the backyard under a structured thatch shelter and are visited on a daily basis by the beekeeper. There are native tree species that naturally develop hollow cavities with sizes according to the colel cap's nest. Beekeepers utilize these trunks with some adaptations and carve a symbolic cross in the small entrance of the beehive that is at the center of this hobon. Currently, the lids for hobon beehives are made of wood, but sometimes also stones are utilized to seal them. The colel cap has been adored for centuries within these Maya household spaces and also in religious, administrative, and political contexts. Stingless beekeeping, among other Maya ancestral land systems, integrates holistic and iconic knowledge with adaptive capacity that allow the Maya millenary subsistence. Maya stingless beekeepers often plant fruit trees, medicinal plants, and flowering species in their home gardens that are important food sources for bees during the height of dry season. The design of Maya green cities is constituted by a multiplicity of dynamic systems that work holistically, where stingless beekeeping activities happen inseparably from agroforestry strategies, from the home to the mature tropical forest in consecutive cycles. Also, pollen from different corn species, which are the base of traditional food for Maya people, is of great help for bees in the scarce periods. Maya dwellings and cities use a non-orthogonal spatial organization based on different soils characteristics used for parcels, staple crops, gardens, and orchards. The Yucatan Peninsula presents a geological, karstic, and diverse complex environment that the Maya identified and classified. They use this profound knowledge to create various agrarian strategies, integrating stingless beekeeping to intensify agricultural productions within their households, throughout cities and surrounding, constituting forest gardens. The Maya created diverse innovations through strategic activity systems linked to nature for their settlements with profound meanings of reciprocity. The care of colealcap among the contemporary Mayas of the Yucatan Peninsula occurs mainly in the enclosure of their homes. In this space, there are mainly 3 houses, one for people, one for colealcap, and one for corn. Close to the people's home, inside their hoboon, the bees are protected from the weather under a simple wooden structure covered with palm roof called nahil ka, generally located in family gardens. It is in this space where an intrinsic relationship is maintained between the bees with their kaab nal, the person who on a daily basis strengthens the link bequeathed ancestrally to the various manifestations with the colealcap. The ritual in the nahil ka is a system of activities in which various tangible and intangible cultural elements participate. Traditional stingless beekeepers are called kaabnal. They take care of the colealcap beehives, including various activities. For example, cleaning the traditional hoboon beehives, harvesting honey, pollen, wax, propolis, and resins used as incense in ceremonies, creating a new beehive, or transferring them to new hollow trunks are some of the activities I learned from traditional Maya beekeepers. Kaabnal's traditional knowledge is based on their close observations of bees and the environment in combination with the humble respect and practice of their ancestral beliefs. Maya rituals and ceremonies for colealcap take place outside. The kaabnal, or traditional stingless beekeeper, and the ahmem, who is a spiritual guide, are present in this intimate event. There are 2 main rituals dedicated to the colealcap: the offering of sakaf, that is a sacred drink made with corn and honey to protect the bees, and the ritual called uhanlikap, which means the meal for bees, to pray for bee sustenance, in which the whole family and friends from the community participate. Honey and sakaf, the holy drink of corn, are hung in natural containers from surrounding trees, which are offered with prayers to the spirit owners of the tropical forest. Special plants, flowers, leaves of particular trees, corn drinks, chocolate drinks, stingless bee honey, wax, and incense are present in ceremonies devoted to the guardians of the forest and the colealcap. Women include stingless bees in their beautiful embroidery to decorate the table as altar. The square table represents the 4 directions of the universe, and the cross is the sacred yakshet tree of life. The table is set with the different elements in front of the beehives, close to the bee's house, nahil kaab. Some Maya families still pray, wish, and make promises for their family's well-being with bees and milpa crops. Among other Maya agricultural systems, the itinerant slash-and-burn milpa and long fallow help regenerate land areas, causing a successional stage in the flora that is key as a food source for stingless bees in different seasons. This ancient agricultural system integrates wise knowledge and has a profound cultural meaning and ritual activities. Ashes after the burn of the selected portion of the forest fertilize the soil and ensure a good milpa's polyculture production. In this view, it is possible to observe the various patches of forest growth caused by the management of the milpa cycles. The square area that you see is the space burned from traditional milpa agriculture. Milpa fields, the altar, the Maya house, the home garden, hoboon beehives, the nahil kaab have been situated according to the orientation of Maya cosmogony in a balanced multi-scale use of the space. Thus, all Maya rituals and ceremonies on every scale, from the beehive to the forest, include elements from the stingless bee's beehive. Every scale is linked to the others in an interdependent and symbiotic reciprocity and balance for a healthy and harmonious life. Deforestation and fragmentation of great extensions is caused by clean energy projects such as eolics and solar farms, which actually are not directly in benefit for Maya communities. These farms change radically the cultural landscapes and livelihoods, impacting biodiverse habitats and multiple species. Also, the tropical forest is killed for the construction of mega farms of pigs, which contaminate with their residual water the hydrological network reserve of the cenotes ring. In addition, foreign production means such as mechanization and genetically modified monocrops instead of the Maya traditional diverse polyculture system cause environmental contamination through the use of agrochemicals and pesticides, killing thousands of bees annually and beehives. The massive destruction of nature in the Yucatan Peninsula through different urban projects directly and severely impact Maya livelihoods. Changes in land use and land tenure and the character of traditional Maya dwellings have reduced the biodiversity of the landscape in detriment to the means of subsistence and the cultural expressions of the Maya. In the past, Maya cities were garden and agrarian cities for all different social status levels. Today, cities have been replacing the tropical forests with concrete boxes, mainly for dense social housing or for exclusive private fraccionamientos. The construction of the Maya train will imply a territorial reorganization that includes the creation of new cities and massive infrastructure to support them. Therefore, the traditional way of life of the Maya communities will be incorporated into a model of business intensity and industry that will undoubtedly affect nature, their culture, and their traditional practices, such as Maya stingless beekeeping. The Maya train route will run through 5 states in southern Mexico, including 19 stations where new development poles will be established. Fonatur, the Mexican National Fund for Tourism and Human Habitat, calls them sustainable communities. However, they will be new cities that will transform the communal agrarian lands and devastate natural reserves, impacting up to 50 kilometers away from the railway. Among many other impacts, the Maya train will impact or destroy more than 1,300 archaeological monuments of Maya culture, and most of them have not been studied yet. Not only Maya people will lose their invaluable legacy, but also the world will lose immeasurable historical and cultural value. Entrepreneurs, non-profit organizations, foundations, universities, hotels, and various projects make use of greenwashing under the flag of sustainability, conservation, and the empowerment of women, to the detriment of the ecological life of stingless bees with traditional beekeepers. Specifically, the coral cap has been the focus for many organizations to make profit through their intensive reproduction to sell their honey. The lack of a regulation that prohibits the commercialization of nests and their transfer to different places is a danger that has played against stingless bees and the cultural practices of Maya people. Many beehives and native trees die in these projects that pretend to be successful based on the number of beehives they show. Biopiracy has been the result of the new legal intervention to stop the appropriation of indigenous knowledge by individuals and organizations. In 2018, with the Assembly of Defenders of the Maya Territory Muximbal, we denounced the Melipona Maya Foundation and the French laboratory Bayot Fluorine for biopiracy. To Mexican authorities, Melipona Foundation closed activities after it was demonstrated their massive looting of wild bee nests and destroying Hobon beehives from Maya families to put their brood in boxes for the easy and clean extraction of honey using dermocosmetic products. Unfortunately, currently, Selva Maya Foundation and Guerlain are following the same steps with Hollywood faces. However, there is a more serious threat. The person who has a close traditional relationship with the colel cap is named in Maya language as Kaabnal. This utterance embraces a profound meaning that could be translated as be man. A cavnal is not only knowledgeable about all the ecological activities to take care and nurture to call el cav, but also about the spirituality, agriculture, traditional medicine, and construction. They select and utilize local materials from nature to build and tie their homes by reading the sun, the moon, and the wind. There are a few elder stingless beekeepers left in Maya communities. Most of them are more than 80 years old. Unfortunately, many elders have died without passing down their wise knowledge to their offspring. The cavnal are at risk of extinction. The apocalypse of the bee man is the same for the stingless bees. It is the same for the human. Stingless bees are humans' ancestors for the Maya. Humans and stingless bees have the same origin. And in the words of an elder Maya cavnal, we also have the same destiny. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Can I ask about the historical continuity? Is it more from the ancient Maya beekeeping tradition to the present? Is it more or less continuous? Are there breaks? Has knowledge been lost about caring for bees and living with bees?
Yeah, well, the Maya stingless beekeeping is an ancient tradition that dates back more than 2,000 years ago, before the Spanish arrived. This practice has continued until today. Yeah.
And along with the practice, the cultural knowledge and values that are associated with that practice, are they still more or less carried along with the tradition of beekeeping? You talked about the elders, for example, and the historical significance of beekeeping, or the religious, significance of beekeeping.
Well, yes, the religious significance is embedded in and rooted in their origin and the cosmogony and the origin of life for Maya people. For example, all the gods that they pray for the ceremonies to ask for their harvests are associated in a communal way with stingless bees as well. So yes, it's a continuity, and of course there is syncretism between the experiences and the experiences of the colonization that they had with the Spaniards too.
Yeah, I noticed that the crosses on the beehive, and then also the products that you showed us, it looked like it was both a mix of Christian and Maya symbolism.
Well, actually, the crosses, the Spaniards saw like a similar symbol, but for example, for the Maya, the cross is the yakshe tree, and the ceiba in Spanish is the name of this tree that has in its trunk the form of a cross. So they adore to their Christian God, but it was more related to their own beliefs and their own gods. It was part of the resistance to continue with that cross, because actually it was the yakshe, the tree of life for them.
Right, yeah. Well, you see that in a lot of different indigenous groups taking on the symbols, but continuing their own beliefs in some way. So was beekeeping fairly widespread across Mexico in different pre-Columbian groups, or is it mostly a Yucatan phenomenon, the beekeeping?
Well, stingless bees are native from the tropical areas, and in America there are different kinds of stingless bee species. Different indigenous groups integrated and still have this relationship with stingless bees. But for the Maya in the Mesoamerica area and in the Yucatan Peninsula specifically, they continue this relationship close to the coral cap, that is this specific species that is in that zone.
And how again did you translate the name of the bee? I saw it translated in different ways.
Yeah, well, I've been working with indigenous people, and I rely on them to have translations. And of course, I have different conversations, not only with stingless beekeepers, but also with the spiritual guides and traditional peasants. And all these meanings, in a way, are translated by each of them. So, for example, it's like a multiple meaning. It's hard for me to understand, since only Spanish or English language, the profound meaning that is rooted in just one word. So I started to learn a little bit of Maya language as well to understand all these meanings that come from a specific word or being.
Because I saw one translation that was Royal Lady, which it seems like takes it back to the origin story that you talked about. So how widely spread is the practice right now?
Okay, right now, in the whole Yucatan Peninsula, which is comprised by the states of Campeche, Yucatan, and Quintana Roo, there is this practice, but it is modernized. It's hard to find the traditional way to keep these bees, as I have shown in this presentation. But still, I found elders, stingless beekeepers, in the whole Yucatan Peninsula. A few of them, but still they are there.
And did you say that there is an organization that is trying to preserve that knowledge, or I mean, I know that there are others that seem to be threatening it.
Yes.
But is there an attention now to preserving this particular way of keeping bees and the cultural knowledge associated with it?
Yes, of course. Yes, there are several efforts to continue this practice, but it's more in hands of Maya communities and families, some specific families that continue with their own beliefs. There is a massive impact of different nonprofit organizations that they are trying to imitate or try to rescue some of the values. However, in this culture, everything is intrinsic and together, that it's hard to only preserve just one part of the whole culture.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much for bringing this to us.
Thank you so much.
So the first question was from Maya's, given the decline of insect populations and the importance of insect biodiversity, how can insect decline best be communicated to the general public? And this person asks back, what demographics do you think are the most challenging to reach on these questions? Have there been positive positioning of insects or their habitats that's been especially effective? So who's hard to reach, and also have you seen examples that actually have worked?
I think children are the easiest to reach, and they are more curious and less set in their ways. And so communication with kids at an early age, outreach with kids at an early age is really a good idea, and I think has been illustrated to be useful. Other groups that are very receptive are naturalists in general, people who really pay attention to nature. And I think they can easily be convinced that insects are important. Groups that are more challenging are people that just haven't had the access perhaps to nature, and therefore are just less aware of insect presence, probably because of their size, and then the importance of insects sort of comes after that, once people realize about their presence.
And so actually, I mean, the three of you have thought about effectively or poorly communicating about insects. Do you have any insights onto that? How literature or film or art has communicated well or especially poorly about the need to protect biodiversity in insect populations?
Go ahead.
Well, I'd just say the first
thought that comes to mind is that, not to be too, I don't know, universalizing, but the world right now, in general, globally speaking, it's hard to reach anybody about anything because people are super saturated with all sorts of cataclysmic and really, I mean, just difficult years that we've been through over the last couple. And I think that, I think you brought up earlier, with the murder wasps were in the news they spiked for a couple of weeks. And it was like the third horseman of the apocalypse had arrived at that. And so I think that you saw there still that the insect, that was the story, right? It was the murder wasp. It wasn't like, oh, and by the way, we really need to be activated, in our ecological sensitivity. We really need to think about what's happening with honeybees because we're thinking about all of these other things right now. And so I would just comment that I think, that was a good example. That was a good touchstone for saying it's hard right now for any messages to get across that require us to take on even more responsibility. So finding a way to integrate what's happening with insects on a broader level so that we're not sort of siloed off, I think would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the science fiction does have some responsibility to bear for creating these sort of fearful images of insects. That's an easy set of features to reach for when you want to create something monstrous. But equally, the genre also has a really long tradition of estranging our typical perspectives on things, right? And so telling stories from the alien's point of view, and the Phase 4, which I really like, and some of the other works I talked about at the end, do try to show the world from the insect's point of view. I was thinking while watching your film, actually, that they're in both Phase 4 and in the Empire of the Ants film, although it does it in a much low-budgetier way, but they try to show scenes from the compound eyes of the ants. So there is this capacity the genre has to show things from the insect's point of view, and that can open a door to understanding that we're the monsters from their point of view, and or reasons why there's a mutuality there that also seems very tied to these more traditional ways of thinking about beekeeping instead of just bees are an agricultural product, etc.
Alana?
Yeah, I guess with this piece, and just in general as an artist, I'm really interested in just different ways that art can immerse us in experiences, and like I said earlier, decenter the human perspective. And I have to watch these films, and there's so much I have from today that is super exciting to look into and continue this research. But I think as part of my research, I had a conversation with the entomologist, Dr. Jan Johnson, who works out of University of Lethbridge. And we had a lot of conversation around the role of the media and kind of instilling fear and the perception of insects in general. And even this summer when we were filming, which was 2021, there were certain species of grasshoppers just booming that summer in Lethbridge, and there were all these headlines in the local papers there's a plague of grasshoppers and people are scared to let their children outside. And so you start to see these common narratives of a threat to the family, and especially the nuclear family, and all of these fears that get projected onto the invasion of insects. So I don't know, all of that kind of research was in the back of my mind when making this film as well.
Yeah, I guess there's both positive and negative strains in religious thinking about insects. I mean, you talked about the swarms coming up at the end of days, and of course the locusts and biblical plagues and so on. And yet there are other cultures that have put the insect at the center of the mythology, and not just the Maya. So, but I don't know how widespread Mayan religious practices and beliefs might still be.
Well, addressing that question and a little bit about the previous one, I do agree about that kids are more receptive to understand how this world works. And in my experience, I work in Mexico City, that is a very urbanized city, with kids in an environmental educational program. And of course, there is like kind of fear of earth, or because it's dirty, or to some insects. And that's how the idea to understand what kind of bees we have in Mexico. That's how this research started for me. But I also see the gap, for example, between people, the elders, and kids. So it should be like a connection between them. And in this way, for example, with Maya people, that's the problem, that the elders are not like passing down this knowledge to their offsprings, and we are losing that knowledge. So the way is just to try to keep the community together. And there are so many factors that are separating all these communities right now that is hard to understand how that could happen. But that's the gap.
Yeah. And there's also, I think, generally just an estrangement from the natural world that is acting against us. I mean, nobody really knows where our food comes from, except, Safeway. And maybe that's something that we have done a very poor job of as educators and as science writers, of actually telling people the very facts of their existence in some ways. Maybe that needs to be communicated better. But in a couple of instances, we've talked about science miscommunication as well. That perhaps some of those studies were misstated or overstated, and of course the murder hornet. I mean, it's not its fault that it got here, and it was just doing its thing in Vancouver or wherever it was. We brought it over. We facilitated whatever damage that insect may or may not cause. But do you see good examples of science communication, of ecological communication, of ecological education that might work?
I'll say I read a really great book. I'm still not finished it yet, but it's called The Insect Crisis, the rise and fall of the tiny empires that run the world. And it's by, I can't remember his name, it's Oliver Millman, I think. Yeah. It's just fascinating, and it's very accessible read, and lots of incredible research in that book about just, everything we've been talking about today, but giving really interesting, knowledge and sharing examples of research that has been done, scientific research. And so I found that book really helpful.
Yeah, the British entomologist Dave Goulson also has a good series of books about I think it's A Buzz in the Meadow is one of his books. He writes a lot about bees. But Maya, were you going to jump in?
Sure. I feel like there's a responsibility for scientists to provide feedback to science writers. And we've seen this recently in the sort of over-publicized worldwide wood wide web of mycorrhiza in forests, and how that sort of took on a life of its own based on very few studies on very few species of trees in very distinct areas. The same thing could be claimed for the insect apocalypse, where this global decline of species was the headlines after these very particular regional studies were done. So I think the media has a responsibility to listen to feedback from scientists, to be more careful about the reach of the science they're reporting on. But still, it's super important because it does shine a light on things that require more research. And that definitely happened with the insect apocalypse. However, that research still is quite targeted. So.
And I guess all journalism needs a hook, and murder hornet scores way better than endangered gnat or something like that. Let's maybe move on to the second question about how do artistic or imaginative representations of insects both draw us closer to and farther away from the realities of their lives, and by extension our own. And this is to some degree a continuation of the question. But here's one question. How do we get society to look outside of ourselves, see connections and consequences, and try to see from different perspectives that are not human, which is a perennial challenge, I think, in art. How do we get, which is something that Elena is definitely trying to do, but how do we get to that place of estrangement?
Well, yeah, I've been watching a lot of this film. What came to mind for me, you brought up E.O. Wilson earlier. I love E.O. Wilson, the work he did. He sent me an email back in 2005, very encouraging of the book I was working on, and I still have it saved in my inbox. But he also wrote a novel, which it was not very good, and it's called Anthill, and it was a sort of coming-of-age novel, more or less about his own life. But there is an incredible, brilliant standalone chapter in that book. Where he writes from the perspective of an anthill that is being subjected to pesticides, and it is one of the greatest chapters in that direction of just doing it in a way that is not overly anthropomorphic, really trying to find that other in the representation. So even though I would, forgive me, not recommend it as a novel, that if you're looking for an inspiration or a prompt to start, that would kind of jar the mind in a different way, that chapter in Anthill is really incredible.
I would just say from my perspective as an artist, it's really an important part of my research to go out and encounter these insects like physically in their habitats, and to spend time on the land and to meet people who study them, to talk to kind of just a range of people, and also be really open in that process of trying to get outside of my own, preconceived notions about what the art might end up looking like, and just kind of try and go into a process of exploring another living being's perception of the world.
I know the study, but a little bit. I'm so sorry. There's a study that, for example, some scientists are trying to bring attention to insects, specifically bumblebees or bees, through the emotions. So the question is if the bees feel love, if they sometimes are sad or happy, or if they can play. So Lars Chica demonstrates with a scientific method that, yes, actually the bumblebees play with balls with different colors. And the same way, there's a lot of different proposals and activities in the South, for example, in Mexico or in Ecuador, where different nonprofit organizations are exploring those questions with kids. And this is another way to bring this consciousness and sensibility to see insects as well, right? And take care of them in a respectful way.
I know that animals experiencing emotions is a hot topic for scientists, although it's become, I think, less of a red button than it was maybe 10 or 20 years ago. But it does bring up the question of anthropomorphization and the usefulness or not of such an approach. So considering insects in our terms and thinking about, do they experience emotions, or even is it useful to have such a fiction to encourage an investment in these people, or should we allow insects their difference and appreciate them for their absolute, well, not their absolute difference, but to their difference from us? Thoughts on that? Which arise from questions that I'm kind of, it's not just me babbling on here. I'm amalgamating a few questions here and that.
I mean, I could answer that in the sense that I think this is something science fiction is very interested in, and it's also why I'm interested in science fiction is that it wants to always presume or question if the world could be otherwise, if humans could be otherwise, if subjectivity could be otherwise. And I think what's maybe different about science fiction than some other literary engagements with insects or any non-human species really is that that kind of level of symbolism or analogy is always there in science fiction. But science fiction writers also really care about getting the science right too. So they might extrapolate from it and push it in further than is realistic in ways that doesn't always please scientists. But that there is an investment. So I didn't speak about it in a lot of detail, but like Adrian Tchaikovsky's work, for example, that Children of series, there's so much detail in there about how spiders communicate and what spiders' instincts are and how spiders can or cannot form societies and what spider silk can be sort of adapted to be a technological version of and what it can't. And then the spiders interact with all kinds of other insect species and utilize various kinds of beetles to like form different kinds of agricultural and productive kinds of activities. And so there's a lot of actual knowledge about why it is we need insects to be able to have agriculture at all, even if it's then extrapolated into, you end up with space-faring spiders, which I'm assuming is probably a bridge too far. But I think there's that investment in trying to think from the other's point of view that's really central to science fiction. And it historically has not been that great at wanting to do that about insects, but more recently we've come around to that. I think where the emotion question gets tricky because something like District 9, where we are meant to sympathize with what's essentially a humanoid with insectoid features, it's really about trying to reimagine the insect morphology as having a face that's capable of emotive expressions. And so there, I think there's a lot more anthropomorphized projection in order to get that emotion piece.
I don't know how many of you had ant farms as a kid. I did. And I think my story is probably the story of every person who had an ant farm, which is that it didn't end well. But what I do remember are the plastic, tractors that were part of the design of the build, and that, I think that is such a great question, how far you go. It's a question that people ask all the time of zoos and probably butterfly gardens. How much value what do you sacrifice, right? What are you willing to sacrifice to make people care, to draw people's attention to issues they wouldn't otherwise think about, but you're doing it at the expense often of individual entities, organisms, animals. And so I think that, there's a sort of, I always think a danger in making things too cute. And that you're speaking of sort of the butterfly garden. I mean, if you go into, and many, they seem to be all over the place now. And you go in and it's almost always a kind of Disneyfying of that thing. And I continue to think that what to get over that, the murder hornet sort of syndrome, is to really, as much as possible, move in the other direction and really take on somehow, I don't know quite how to go about it, but take on somehow what the little bit of fear and loathing that seems just always inherent in our relationships, specifically with insects, and figure out some way to embrace that, as difficult as that would be.
Yeah. Thanks. I think from the scientific perspective, anthropomorphism of insects is dangerous, and I always try to consider outreach in sort of an evolutionary thinking, and you can talk about traits that have evolved in insects and even neurons, and how that they, then perceive their environment rather than putting on the complexity of the human experience on top of that. So I tend to stay away from anthropomorphizing insects. However, in communicating with the public, the angle that I take is always to explain the benefits of insects, like I did today, and so without putting human features on them.
From the perspective I've been studying, I could say that more than from this anthropomorphism, is more about interspecies. For example, Maya people is considered made of corn in their cosmogony. So, and for example, when I talk with some stingless beekeepers, and they show me the corn when they are cooking for example, their sacred cup, they say, look at this. These are the like the wings of the bees. So the corn, that is the matter for Maya people, it's also bee, part of bee. So it's kind of an interspecies relationship there between bees, the corn, and people. So it's like more than human, different worlds at once.
Yeah, I've seen, I mean, when you were talking in your study, I recall a study here in Alberta about the mutual co-evolution of bison, indigenous folks, and tallgrass prairies, and how there was a kind of cycle that of mutual benefit that actually each was training the other in some way for a kind of mutual growth. But just to get to one of the questions that directly relates to what you said, and I think that sort of in some ways backs up Maya's perspective, how can we begin to change perspective from a human-centric to a web of connection? How can we appreciate, and this gets away from you, not just what insects can do for us, but just to see them as an essential part of the world, and also, I would add, beings in their own right, deserving of ethical consideration. I think, which is one of the dangers of anthropomorphism, that we just see them as teeny bits of us, or as things that can do things for us, but how do we think about them as deserving of ethical consideration?
I think that's where you have to take the perspective of talking about biodiversity in general. And not that what biodiversity can do for you, but biodiversity in general. And then it's easy to make the link between the most diverse animals on the planet being insects. So that would be my approach is and I hope I didn't give that impression today, what insects can do for us. It's really about the fact that they're so diverse, that they support so many ecosystems in various different habitats around the world, that they're the structure of those ecosystems and deserve to be preserved.
For example, there is like two or many directions in this ecological survival for all of us. I will say for bees, for corn, for plants, for humans, and there is a ritual where when the beekeeper is praying for bees, they open with their prayers another kind of world where the bees can find their sustenance. Is kind of another dimension. And in that way, the human is opening that world to the bees. But in the other directions, the bee is able to come back and survive, to help us survive as well. So it's kind of interrelationship that is going in a kind of a different spiritual and different kind of parallel world. So, well, I don't know if I answered the question, but and I'm going to other direction. But I see that it's like a double direction of relationship and sustenance. Well, into the Maya perspective, of course.
Speaking just a bit, just picking up on that, but maybe going further on the ethical thing, there are, of course, and this is picking up on some people's answers to the third question about insects destroying humanity or humanity destroying insects. I mean, there are obviously some insects that are bad and that directly affect us in negative ways, and obviously the mosquito would be, I assume, would be number one, the number one killer of humans, probably. And there have been schemes at one point or another to eliminate mosquitoes entirely through altering their genes, through pheromone treatments, through all kinds of things. What are we to think about that particular dilemma? And there's on the ethical side, do these species deserve to exist? But they do exist at a cost to many people and many lives. How do we think about those balances? And maybe, too, from the scientist, what would happen if we did eliminate mosquitoes?
In general, well, mosquitoes are not just one species,
okay, sorry.
right? And the vector mosquitoes are very limited in the number of species. So only within one genus, the Anopheles mosquito, are the vectors of malaria. So we're not talking about mosquitoes in general. But generally, elimination of insects as a management strategy is usually only targeted when they are in an area where they didn't evolve, so as an invasive species. Then I think it's justified to try and remove them completely from that new ecosystem, because there are not other things that have evolved to consume them or use them. And that's often why they're considered pests in the new area, because they're released from that natural control that I talked about earlier today. So there are strategies to completely eliminate some species in new areas, in an expanded range or an invasive range. In other ecosystems, I would argue that it's not valid to completely eliminate them, because they have evolved there. They have important ecosystem functions, even if it happens to be they also consume human blood. So that would be my approach to that.
And certainly we've seen many, many disastrous attempts of humans to control or eliminate a particular species, and then having all kinds of cascading effects throughout a biosystem. But Eric, were you going to?
I was just thinking back to your earlier point, and I know there's some classicists in the audience. I'm going to grossly oversimplify this bit from Plato's Symposium, but I was thinking about that description of Diotima's ladder and your question about sort of the gateway into caring about this kind of thing at all, and that the first part of that ladder, where you first start to learn how to love, is you love the easiest thing to love. You love the thing that is cutest. You love the thing, the charismatic megafauna in our discourse here. And you have to work up to the point where you start to love the things that actually are harmful or antithetical, or that you really have to work to get there. It doesn't happen all at once. And so I was just thinking maybe back to what you were saying. In fact, maybe I would say incrementally, it is important actually to kind of bring people along a little bit. Not everyone's going to jump in a quantum way immediately to understanding how really significant someone who has studied deeply the complexities of an ecosystem really are globally. This has nothing to do with the elimination of mosquitoes, which frankly I would probably support. But just that I think a lot of these questions about how do we get people to care and how do we to motivate. And I think it is important that you can't get to the end all at once. I do think we have to allow for some incrementality. So maybe I'll even retract what I was saying about the Disneyfying of the butterfly. Maybe that is important as a first sort of step to get people aware and caring, at first at least.
I guess I'm kind of building off of your answer to the earlier question, thinking about how do we get people to care, and part of, a strategy as an artist is like visualizing them in different ways, which can help people get to kind of at least be aware of them. But I think also the approach we take to maybe education in general and thinking about understanding ecosystems and the importance of biodiversity, and rather than like how do we just even observe the thing from afar, what does it actually mean to build a relationship with an insect? Like, that's a really interesting question. Like, what does that mean? I don't know. It might look really different for lots of different people. It might look like trying to be aware of, their life cycle and not rake up all the leaves in your yard to support them. So I think we could start thinking about and talking about, kind of strategies of care and support with the more than human world and the insect world. And when you start learning about plants, that was my way into learning about insects, was doing a lot of work about plants. And then, of course, you get to soil and you get to insects and you get to birds, you get to everything really, right? So it's also learning, I think, and teaching that everything is very interconnected in these very complex ways that are beautiful and kind of magical, but also scientific. And there's all these different dimensions to these relationships. And so how do we really figure out our place in these systems, I think. Somebody might.
I think really I just want to echo what Alana says, that I think the question is thinking in terms of ecosystems rather than thinking in terms of particular species. I too am not a huge fan of the mosquito, and if you think of just mosquitoes and the diseases and the discomfort and things like that, you might want to eliminate them. I mentioned earlier, after giving my talk, that sort of humans had good reasons to not like insects, and there I'm thinking especially of like early food production, and there's often scarcity of crops, and we're thinking of insects as like competition for the food or as like spoiling the food. But we don't think of them as pollinators. So we're thinking of them in this sort of separated way, that like we can have the grain or they can have the grain. And we don't think there wouldn't be grain at all if there wasn't for ways that insects are helping produce the conditions that there's soil at all, or if insects are helping to pollinate the crops. And so moving out of the thinking in terms of individuals or even species and thinking towards systems and structures is maybe a way to shift some of our thinking around not simply wanting to protect the insects we like or protecting the insects that we can actively see doing things for us, but realizing if you think in these chain entangled ways of beings, things we like or indeed things we need to be able to live at all have some relationship to the fact that insects also exist.
Eric's personal anecdote a while back reminded me, up at the ant farm, reminded me of a really great art project from about 25 years ago that was called World Flag Ant Farm, where somebody took colored sand and made world flags and then turned them into ant farms. And what the ants did was to rearrange the nation. And so very slowly you would see the flag changing and mixing and morphing and so on, which had a serious point. And one of the serious points is, I think, that there are human borders and there are animal zones and traversals. And I think that that's one of the other things that we have to think about as well. When we think about their biosystems, they don't translate into nice national, regional, municipal lines, especially the migratory species, but all kinds of species really depend upon travel and transport. And we might also have to think about that, which one of the questions asked this, which I wish I could get it back here. Are there just to our entomologists again, are there international collaborations that are at work to try to think about insects in a more global way.
Yeah, there are. In fact, a few years ago, we had a joint meeting of the Entomological Societies of Canada, the U.S., and Mexico in Vancouver. And the whole theme of the meeting was across borders. But there's even legal, migratory species acts that include some insect species that are migrants between different nations. So there's scientific collaboration for sure, and even a little bit of political collaboration there.
And in the same or a different vein, we know that that charismatic megafauna need transportation routes, and so we know how to think about animal corridors, and we know how to. I don't know how well these things work, but those things you put over highways. So that are there similar things we need to think about for insects for travel? I mean, they also suffer from habitat fragmentation, I believe. They also need some kind of corridors, presumably. Is there thought about that?
I think there's less thought about that. I mean, there's a lot of research on insect dispersal, and the difference, of course, is that a lot of long-distance travel by insects is influenced by wind. So insects will get up into the airspace where they are then blown. And so there's less sort of energetic investment. There's some, but there's less energetic investment in getting from A to B. They use the wind a lot more. So I think there is less human intervention on providing those thoroughfares because they are less needed, especially for migratory species. And flighted insects in general are. However, there is lots of good research on sort of fragmented habitat and how it's more difficult for things like parasitic insects to find their hosts because they have to move across a clear-cut forest before they find their caterpillar host, that kind of thing. So I would say I can't think of a management practice like the highway bridge example that people have done to help that, except for perhaps planting things around agricultural fields and that type of thing, which is more, it's less about movement, but more about nutrition in those more monoculture areas. Yeah.
Right. I think the book that you were referring to talked about that both in England and I think in California, they're beginning to think about planting around. And, the old British-English hedgerow was an amazing place for all kinds of life. It was there to, keep the sheep in and the people out, but it turned out it was a wonderful thing for all kinds of biodiversity. But Ellen, you're going to?
I was just going to say I did read about, in my research, I think University of Saskatchewan, I could be wrong, but they were doing some research on prairie strips, which are, planting the native plants and flowering plants along fields of agriculture to provide that sustenance to insects. And I thought, oh wow, that's really incredible. But that's not a widely adopted practice as far as I'm aware of anyway. So hopefully, that could become more implemented.
Yeah, I think that is becoming, and as Jim mentioned, it's particularly beneficial around small fields rather than the large monocrops that we see. It's less beneficial, but it's more about making sure that they have nutrition there rather than that they have a corridor of movement, as far as I understand. Yeah.
And is it not beneficial in the larger ones because it's just like such a vast area that there's nothing there for them to even be in the area?
Yeah. It's just less. It's not shown to be as beneficial as far as maintaining biodiversity, but I think it's beneficial in the fact that it provides resources, especially when the crop isn't flowering. Right. So timing those pulses in availability can be beneficial. Yeah.
Did you have a point, Eric, earlier? You were going to?
I don't know. I think I kind of had a point and then it was in a different direction, but I'll say the point anyway because it's a footnote really at best. But just in terms of that sort of internationalizing, I'm fascinated that there is still, it's like the last remnant of the Roman Empire, that we still call new species by their Latin names. The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, if one were to discover a new species and had to go by all the different, I don't know if you have, but maybe you have, all these specifications. And I just remember one little line in that, in all of the very restricted coding of how you name, like you can't name a new species after somebody you don't like and put like a pejorative at the end of it. But it does, the ICCN does say that new names for new species in this universal language of Latin should be euphonious. They should have a lyrical quality. And I think that is an amazing thing out of the scientific community to say that when we come to this act of what we call them, when we call them universally, it should be poetic.
Mm-hmm. That's a beautiful thing. But as Veronica pointed out, I mean, it does matter what we call the insects.
Absolutely.
It matters deeply what language it's in, the different dialects and so on does indicate our relation. As you say, I know there are a few people in this audience who speak Latin, or certainly read it, but the rest of us, it's just a string of letters, really, that looks like a Wikipedia password or something. It would be, we might want to think about moving on from that world.
Absolutely. There is plenty of imperialism in that method.
I would like to say that if we think about the city, the borders of the city between the city and the field, and the insects need a passport to get into the city, there is something that is happening for architects, for landscape architects right now. They are more interested in what kind of flowers are useful for pollinators, and they are trying to integrate those, for example, in Merida, that is super hot right now, and they are trying to integrate more native species, and of course to give the passport to the bees or insects to get into the city as well. So it's maybe it's not a long corridor, but there is an intention to integrate into the city more insects.
Yeah. And presumably, like anything, the more we see them in our lives, the more we're, presumably acculturated to them and so on. If they become these foreign things that are only in the country to sting us, we perhaps will have a different attitude towards them than if we can, bring them into our lives more. I wanted to ask, I've been trying to represent the questions that you people posed at lunch, but I thought at this point I would like to invite people, if you had questions that have been left unanswered of quite a range of experts here, I wanted to give you the opportunity to raise those questions. I can run up a mic if I know I didn't warn you that this was happening, so maybe there are no questions out there, and that's okay too. But okay, I do see a question up here, so I'll and maybe somebody else can come down and help me run mics.
This is a question. Okay, I have a very big voice, so do you want me to use the mic? Okay, sorry. I taught for nearly 40 years, so that's what happened. I want to ask Maya, at the beginning of your lecture, you said that we really hadn't been studying insect decline in tropical areas. And I was wondering, rather than my speculating as to why that was so, if you could tell me what you think accounts for that.
Thanks. In general, the biodiversity in the tropics is less well understood because of the history of science, as well as the vast majority of biodiversity exists there. So it's just a much harder job to look at biodiversity in the tropics. As a result, the long-term data sets that are being pointed to for insect decline are not as prominent in those areas yet. Now, that being said, there are projects underway, especially a large one in Costa Rica and some in Puerto Rico, I think, that are starting to do these longer-term monitoring studies. But I believe it's just it's a bias of where entomologists have studied for longer periods and what ecosystems have been monitored, and the specific groups of studied insects are very, taxonomically limited as well.
Okay, we've got a question over here.
This is specifically for the science fiction person. So some of the things that you are mentioning, there's this idea of the insect being alien because it uses pheromones to communicate instead of human speech, that idea of turning away from human speech in that Hellstrom's hive. And all that stuff was done before the advent of genetic study and us finding out about the way that hymenopteran insects are more related to each other, that idea that the workers are 0.75 more related to each other more than any sibling. Has the advent of that understanding of that eusociality in insects been reflected in that sci-fi literature around insects?
I would say it has in like Tchaikovsky's work that I mentioned, although again I didn't discuss it in detail because the sort of protagonists are spiders in that case. But I think there was also a kind of, there's a series of like ecological kinds of questions that get raised in the 1970s that have to do with the increased use of pesticides, and then Rachel Carson drawing attention to that in Silent Spring. And so combined with like the ongoing sort of Cold War fear of communism, which means like collective hive societies we're afraid of, and all of that is really showing up in that hive-based set of representations I talked about. There's a ton of science fiction that's interested in genetics and genetic relationality and rethinking what it means to be human, because as it turns out, there's very little genetic variation at the DNA level between humans and a lot of other species, but that tends to be much more focused on other mammals, other primates, things like that. So I haven't seen examples that really focus on the sociality of insects in the same way, but Tchaikovsky's work, as I was mentioning before, gets into the sort of details of how the insects interact with one another, and that's part of the sort of capacities of some of the species of ants and beetles that the spiders exploit when the spiders develop what's essentially an analog human technology, but through a different set of technological histories.
Okay, we've got a question here.
Thanks. So thank you to everyone here. This was really great. Free plug. We did say go out and enjoy nature. City Nature Challenge, I think it is. It's going on this weekend, so download iNaturalist, go look for nature and then document it, put it in the app. Yeah, I think it's a City Nature Challenge. YYC has their own group, but it's global. I had a question on the short film. I really did enjoy the first-person view, but it also looked like there was the view from the insect itself, and that's why there was the altered color. Initially, I thought it was going to lead into also discussing like how now with gardeners, we're going to species that are more appealing aesthetically to us, but it's kind of trapping and confusing the insects of going, oh, great, this is awesome for me. No, there's no actual access to the pollen, but my question is just, was that what was going on with the different view there? Was that kind of what spectrum they'd see? And thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think I mentioned this in the intro, we converted a camera to, we worked with a company that does conversions with cameras to shoot in the UV spectrum. So the whole film was shot in the UV spectrum, but it was quite difficult to do. And the summer we were shooting, there was a lot of smoke in the city from wildfires in BC. And so we were driving out to, a few hours to do a shoot. And then we get there, it'd be so smoky that a lot of the UV was actually just like getting blocked out, and we had kind of limited time frames to shoot. So we started working with different filters and experimenting with how that would kind of enhance like what little UV light we were able to pick up. So that's kind of the difference, and because sometimes the scenes are more pink and you can see greens and yellows, and then some of the close-ups where you really see the appendages of the bee and the antennae are these really deep purples and kind of pink hues. And so that is, we were working with one of the filters that would kind of intensify that UV. And also we were using UV flashlights to really punch up those colors in those close-up shots. So, and that was just, to kind of give more of an, somewhat accurate portrayal of how the bee would see those flowers. And it was quite, it's quite interesting, because if you saw the film, like just, shot with a regular camera, the colors of some of those flowers, like they're completely different. And I have a friend who I think is still here who is a botanist and owns a native plant business, ALCLA, Native Plants, in Mokansas. And got her to watch the film with us because we wanted to identify and kind of make sure we knew all the names of the plants that we had filmed, because we tried to focus on native plant species. But some of them are really hard to recognize, like even for the trained eye, when you can't see their color. So yarrow is one of the flowers that you see in the close-up, but it looks like this really deep purple to the bee. But if you saw it, through human eyes, it's a white flower. So there's, and you could also see these patterns, and sometimes the pollen would show up and it would be sparkling in the flower, and you could see these little target kind of marks in some of the flowers that were pointing inward. So bees do see these patterns that we can't see, and it was quite beautiful to kind of see that world revealed through this technology.
I have a comment from somebody who's watching this online. Great webinar, thanks. The northern giant hornet, formerly known as the Asian giant hornet, or in the popular press, murder hornets, has been mentioned a couple of times today. I was the trigger man in Nanaimo, BC, who took out the first and so far only nest of the NGH thus detected in Canada. So we're busted here. I wrote an article, Giant Alien Insect Invasion Averted, Canadian beekeepers thwart agricultural disaster, about the experience that echoes many of the themes discussed at today's seminar, in particular insect-themed sci-fi, and it's available. You can ask me for the web address. The sci-fi theme might be of particular interest to Dr. Vint. Thanks for a great forum. Okay, question here.
I have two questions. They're very short. The first one is for Maya. You mentioned in your presentation that some kinds of outdoor lights are less invasive and disturbing to insects. I was wondering which lights are best to use. The other question is for Veronica. I was thinking about silk moths and how they've been tended by humans for so many centuries that they're no longer able to survive in the wild. And I was wondering if that was also the case for stingless bees. If they were no longer tended by humans, are they able to survive independently out in nature?
I don't know, I don't have a brand for you. I'd have to look it up, but there's been a lot of research on light pollution recently, in the last, I would say, 5 years. And so there are spectra and types of lights, like LED are better, that kind of thing, so that it doesn't influence both it's not causing insects to come into the light, but also it doesn't change their circadian rhythm as much. So I can find out those details for you. I don't have a company name or anything for you at this time, but I can find that out. Yeah.
This is a very interesting question, because, for example, in the area of Yucatan, where most of the native tall trees or the trees that were placed for nest and food sources for stingless bees, shoon and cap, are gone. So they are maintained by people, and of course some sort of native species. And there's another phenomenon that the invasive species that are the European bees that are Africanized, now they are paying a quote for stingless bees. So stingless beekeepers are feeding stingless bees with this honeybee from Africanized bees. And I'm not very familiar with the studies, scientific studies, but there are some that are trying to understand what are the changes, the physical changes in the stingless bees, because they have different kind of food right now. So I don't have the right question, the right answer for you, but for sure there are changes, and they are reduced, their populations, because they don't find their original sources of food. And they are struggling because that maybe there is a time that they just become extinct, but right now they are surviving in some areas thanks to this honeybee and people.
Okay, a question up here.
You've all used the word biodiversity as a generality, but I think within the last 30 years, or maybe it's a little longer, they're now determining that there are sort of keystone species within a ecology area. An example is the wolves. The restoration of wolves in Montana has completely revived the whole area in terms of the trees and kept the elk down, etc. Another example is the otter. Another example is the starfish. And I think there's one study done by scientists, and these are all in the Western Hemisphere actually, of North America. I think there's one species of insect that's had an effect on the rest. If you eliminate it, it brings the whole ecology down. Is there more of that being done now? And I think the woman called Maya might be able to best answer that.
Yes, the concept of keystone species is very important in ecology. Whether or not there's insect-targeted keystone species that are the topic of a lot of ecological research, I tend to think of studies that are more in managed ecosystems. There are almost key pests that the whole entire managed ecosystem revolves around. And so if you implement management on that one study, it changes the entire ecosystem. But those studies I'm thinking of are in already managed systems rather than natural systems. I can't think of a keystone insect species study in a natural system most of them I think are in managed ecosystems. Yeah. Because of the
Loss of mosquitoes.
Loss of mosquitoes. Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, insects often form those intermediate stages of the ecosystem, so that link that I mentioned before between producers in the ecosystem and consumers. And so you can see those top predators going into decline based on the loss of insect species. So I have no doubt that there are keystone insect species. I would argue that it probably wouldn't be one species in an ecosystem. It would be multiple insect species that make up that trophic level that is important. Yeah.
Okay, we've got one final question here. Make it good.
It's a lot of pressure now. Thank you, everybody. I was thinking about this whole thing about the anthropomorphism and in films and literature and whatnot. And one of the things that just interests me about that is that within anthropomorphism, the storylines of these movies, and I'm thinking here of movies like A Bug's Life or Watership Down, they themselves are also very human-centered in that we're always given a very binary storyline. There's a good bug, there's a bad bug, there's a meaningless young love story that goes on, and then this movie wraps itself up. Maya, I was thinking it was very interesting when you said that children are the easiest to get at first. And Eric, you brought up Diotima's ladder. If we could make movies that were a little bit more like your film, or films that dealt with those animals that are less easy, higher up on the ladder to love, that might in itself be interesting. And I just wrapped this comment up by just really liking your film an awful lot and the play on words of inviolate.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the titling and even narrating the bee's voice was really important, and thinking about that word and how it both referenced the visuals of the film, but also this idea that that the bees and the plants, the rose, could be free from harm. And, essentially, overall, the film is thinking about imagining better futures for us and insects and the whole world. So,
Does anybody else want to, or should we just wrap it up?
I'll just say that's part of what I really like about Phase 4. I do think it's like a really extraordinary film, and it doesn't anthropomorphize the ants, but it does sort of suggest there's different stories to tell than human-centric stories, and that it actually might be the better future from the ants' point of view for us as well as for them.
Thanks. So I realize we forgot to give out the bug bars. What we'll do is we'll bring that Eric brought all the way from Maine. So we'll bring them down here, and then people can come and get them afterwards. This is the end of our 42nd community seminar, and it's been a really great day for us, and I hope for you. And once again, apologies for the little lunch thing. But I want to thank all the people that made today's event possible. The various people at the university, the alumni folks, the Faculty of Arts, the development team, the people at the CIH itself, especially, of course, Sean Lindsay, who's handled all of the administrative details for this, and Associate Director Noreen Humboldt, who did a great deal of the research for it. Thanks to our wonderful group of community advisors who you, I hope, met at lunchtime, and our AV folks who've done a great job. And finally, I guess I would like to ask you to join me in thanking this wonderful, and rich and diverse group of speakers for the knowledge that they brought us today. So thank you. And thank you all for coming.